And welcome to the June 7th Board of Education meeting. May everyone please rise for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Ms. Fennick, if you could do the roll call, please.
Sure. Emily Bays.
Present.
Julie Epstein.
Here.
Adam Block.
Present.
Deborah Brooks.
Here.
Rachel Gilliar. Nanette Maconian.
Here.
Adam Smith.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank
I'd
you.
like to make a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of discussions of negotiations.
Do I have a second? Mr. Smith, all in favor? 6-0, we are in executive session. We will return. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion, oh, sorry, it's so loud, sorry. I'd like to make a motion to reconvene into public session.
Do I have a second? Dr. Block, all in favor? 7-0. I voted for you. Okay, Ms. Fennick, if you could please do the roll call again.
Emily Bays,
Present.
Julie Epstein,
Here.
Adam Block,
Present.
Deborah Brooks,
Here.
Rachel Gilliar,
Here.
Nanette Melkonian,
Here.
Adam Smith.
Here.
Thank you. Okay, and before we actually begin our meeting, I would like to ask Mr. Scully to introduce our performers.
Pieces that they performed, and this is Mr. Shane Helter, and he's going to tell you what piece they're performing.
Thank you. It's an honor to play for you all tonight. We're going to be playing a piece called Haven Dance by David Holsinger. It's full of energy, the edge of your seat. Really proud of this group, and I want to also say this is truly the last performance for the seniors that are up here, so it's really a special performance tonight on their behalf. So hope you enjoy. Thank you so much.
Here that we are going to be recognizing. So this evening, we are recognizing some student achievement and as well as parent volunteer achievements, but I would like to, at this point, recognize the following Paul D. Schreiber High School music students were either selected to be members or alternates of the New York State School Music Association, NYSMA, as all state ensembles. These students were selected from thousands of students throughout the state based on NYSMA solo auditions as well as previous NYSMA scores and their musical experiences in our schools and beyond. It is difficult to have even one student selected, so we are extremely proud to have had this many students from Port Washington chosen. I am going to name the students. We do have 3 that are present here this evening: Anna Scott, Bryson Schaub, Charles Bosworth. There he is. Mayling Lawrence. Mayling. Sean Agan. Michael Copa-Bianco, and Christopher Williams. As always, so you are the representatives for us here tonight. Congratulations. As always, it's a tremendous amount of credit goes to the students for their dedication and hard work over many years of music instruction. We also congratulate their current and previous teachers, and Mr. Scully, we congratulate you as well. So thank you, and thank you for that amazing performance. Okay, so I did go a little off. And now I'm going to go a little bit even further off agenda because I'm going to be now moving on to the opening statement of the president. Well, I'm sorry, I lied. We're doing adoption of the agenda. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda of June 7th? Ms. Epstein, motion. Ms. Brooks, second. All in favor? 7-0. Okay, now we're on to the opening statement of the president. And so I am going to go a little bit off, and so if you could all just be a little patient with me, because I don't really make long speeches. So good evening, and I would like to once again thank the community for the overwhelming support of the 22-23 school budget, the creation of the Capital Reserve Fund, and the election of board trustees. On a personal note, I would like to thank everyone for electing me to my 3rd term. I do not take for granted the voter support that I've had in each of my elections. Some of you know the process, but for those of you that don't, the officers of the board are chosen by the 7 of us, 7 board of trustees. We do not go by the number of votes one receives, and when you vote for a trustee, you do not vote for them as an officer. This is therefore my last meeting as the president of the Board of Education, and I would like to take this time to reflect on the year, especially since BOE self-evaluation has been one of this year's goals. We entered the 21-22 school year with lots of unknowns and anxiety. There were 3 new board members who had just unseated 3 seasons incumbents. They had to quickly be brought up to speed on all of our school district and its operations. As a new BOE of 7, we had to put aside the reservations and perceptions we had of each other and of the administration resulting from the election and had to band together for the sake of our school district. We had to assure our staff and our parents that our district was in good hands. But we also had to recognize that change was needed. I believe, and of course I may be biased, we succeeded. As officers, Ms. Epstein and I made sure that every Board of Education member had all the tools they needed to quickly learn the job. Besides the required training, we had several development meetings and created the first ever Board of Education procedural handbook. The community wanted to not only be heard at our meetings, but wanted their questions answered. So now we answer community comments at the next meeting. We also gave the community greater access by live streaming all our committee meetings, assigning community liaisons
formalizing citizen advisory committees, and providing summaries of our meetings on social media and the website. And by the way, speaking of the website, that will be revamped by July 1st, something else we took on. While making all these process type of changes, we also led the charge of working with our superintendent in a collaborative manner to set district goals. Again, that was a first for us. There used to be separate Board of Education goals and separate superintendent goals. Our district goals this year have been set to support our vision, mission, and our portrait of a graduate. And all of the discussion items at our meetings have been centered around our district goals. And speaking of our meetings, some have been really long and some have been a bit heated. Despite that, I am grateful to have led Port Washington through the mask and live streaming controversies, allowing all viewpoints to be heard. As a Board of Education, we have not always agreed, but we all have had the opportunity to ask our questions and state our opinions. No one can accuse this Board of Education of rubber stamping. My fellow board members and I may be looking to make some more changes next year. Ms. Epstein and I, also known as Gemily on the board, have worked to keep balance and collaboration and open line of communication with our staff, parents, and the greater community. The community has certainly valued how we have operated this year, as our election results did exhibit. I hope my fellow board members value it as well as we officially begin the 22-23 school year next month. So an official thank you to my fellow Board of Education members, the administration, and our community for a successful year. As Dr. Hines will show this evening, we have accomplished a great deal despite some of the challenges, and I, for one, am very proud. Now, on to our meeting portion. No speech more from Emily. As part of our last meeting of the school year, we are celebrating some great achievements by students and parent volunteers, specifically our outgoing HSA and PTA presidents. So we are going to go a little bit out of order from the agenda where we recognize our spring athletes. We did just recognize our NYSSMA All-State students, and then we will continue with the recognition of the outgoing presidents. As has been the custom, if there is a liaison or a principal or a PTA president that would like to speak, please come to the podium after the certificates are done. You do not have to wait for the community comments. So, moving on, I just read NYSSMA, sorry guys. Oh, this is the sports one. Okay, so this is the recognition of excellence being presented for our athletes. So I would like to congratulate our Port Washington boys lacrosse team on winning the Class A Nassau County Championship. This is the first time since 1995 that the team has won the championship. And I would also like to congratulate the Nassau County champion girls track and field team and the Nassau County champion boys track and field team. This is the first time in 42 years that both Port Washington teams have won the championship simultaneously. The boys team last won the championship in 2021. The girls team last won the championship in 1983. I was still in school that year. Since there are conflicts, and this is why our athletes are here this evening, we will be recognizing the students individually and invite any Board of Education member who can attend on June 13th at 3:30 p.m. I'm Mr. Right? At the Schreiber Auditorium or outside? Schreiber Auditorium. So June 13th, we will be offering our certificates to those athletes. Now on to the other recognition for the evening, and that is no small recognition. We would like to spend some time to acknowledge our co-presidents, our HSA co-presidents. So the following co-presidents of the Port Washington School District Home and School Associations, we are thanking you for your selfless and untiring work in the interests of the children of Port Washington. The Board of Education would like to recognize Nicoletta Gargis, outgoing president from Parents Council. Nicoletta's actually at the lacrosse boys dinner. She'll be here, but we'll give her a clap when she comes. Kathy Riva from Schreiber HSA. Kathy, would you like to just come up and get your certificate? Thank you.
Congratulations.
Alana Engel from the Weber HSA. Yay. Congratulations. Thank you. Sarah Klein, Daily HSA. Congratulations. Evelyn Gabriel, Guggenheim HSA. Thank you. Karen Swibel, Manor Haven PTA. Thank you. Jessica Weaver, Sousa HSA. All right, Jessica's on. Kim Kaiserman for Agate. Thank you, Kim. And Jennifer Scotto Robinson, SEPTA.
For real.
For real?
For real
Are you leaving? Are you sure?
Congratulations, Jen. Yes.
Thank you to all of you for your service. If anybody would like,
Sue Brazier from Salem.
I got right here.
oh, sorry, Sue Grazer. I'm sorry.
From Salem.
Sorry, Sue. We don't want you to go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so if there's any speaking at the podium, you could do that now.
I didn't see.
The mask's coming off. It's like a big deal. Jeff, did you want to go first? All right. We good? We're good. Hey, good morning, everyone. No, sorry. Good evening. Are we good? I think we're fine. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Adrienne Kane, and tonight I'm representing the Schreiber HSA. And on behalf of the Schreiber HSA Executive Board and members, we thank Kathy Riva Bloomgarden for showing up, stepping out, and leading with grace and positivity. You know, it's not easy leading during a pandemic. And if you're at this meeting, you're either doing it, have done it, or somewhere in between. So you all know what we're talking about. Kathy has been a steadfast president and a collaborative partner, and I am proud to have been her co. Love you, Kat. You can clap, that's all good. The Schreiber HSA would also like to thank Mr. Lewis, our intrepid interim president, for sailing our ship safely through a tumultuous sea and safely back into port. It's been a pleasure working with you, sir. Thanks for a good one, Kathy. We'll miss your pre-meeting dance parties, but we know that you're still part of the team. And let me just take a moment to say, go Vikings! We are awesome. And good night. Thanks.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mrs. Diaz from Manor Haven. I'm happy to stand here before everyone to speak about my outgoing HSA co-president, Karen Swibel. I met Karen at a lunch with a few others over the summer, and she politely grilled me. She wanted to know what my things would be for the school, but she also wanted to reassure me that we would work together for the year. I'm deeply grateful for the support and backing I have received from Karen. She has proven to be thoughtful, child-centered, and committed to creating an excellent school experience for all students. She juggled many hats over the year, but was still able to prioritize Banner Haven and the needs of the school. She was instrumental in our Welcome Back picnic, Mom's Night Out, Cultural Studies Week, and helping to replace the basketball hoops, the chess tables, among many other things. These are just a few of the wonderful things that happened over the year at Manor Haven. Her leadership in the PTA has helped to continue and even enhance our spirit at Manor Haven. We will miss you as a PTA co-president, but we are so lucky to have you at the school as a parent for the next few years. Thank you for checking in, checking up, and being a huge support for the school.
Hello, everybody. I think I just pulled my back from that jumping routine, so don't mind me. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Pia Ferrante. I'm the principal at South Salem Elementary School. So really, where do I start? First, I really want to say that for you and along with all the other schools, senior presidents probably could not have picked the worst 2 years to be the president. And I'm really sorry for this for all of you. But Sue, you really did it with grace. Sue Weiss is Salem's outgoing HSA president, along with Lauren Singer, who is our junior president. This pandemic certainly tried to get in the way of us having fun, but do not worry, everyone, it did not. We managed to have lots of laughs while banging our heads together. So you managed the unmanageable these 2 years, always keeping calm, being real with me and the parents, and advocating for the students to be both safe while still having some fun. I'm so happy this year you got to see at least some normalcy, because you deserve that after all you have done for us at Salem. It has been action-packed and nonstop since April, and you do it all with a smile. From food trucks to playgrounds to blacktop paintings to these amazing PowerPoints you create, everything you do is thought through, organized, and done with a smile. Many new and fun events came to Salem under your leadership, such as Chalk the Walk, Boosterthon, and One School, One Book, just to name a few. I knew at our lunch last summer with Kara, who's our 2 presidents ago, that you would not only make a great senior president, but we would enjoy working together in this capacity. I will miss our weekend calls to make sure we're on the same page, because inevitably we need to connect about something. I will miss seeing you everywhere, because you literally are ever present, and it is known and appreciated by not just me, but our staff. Mostly, I will miss connecting with you as a person. A big thank you to Michael for sharing your wife, along with Jake, Charlotte, and Kyle for sharing your mom. As Kyle said yesterday, my mom is the one who got us the ices for field day, Dr. Ferrante. But she brought a lot more than just ices. Thank you for everything, Sue. Okay, now picture me either 6 foot tall with curly hair or a little short man, whichever one you want to go by. But I'm representing Mr. DiCarlo and Dr. Suzanne for Sarah. Where's Sarah? There she is, back there. Okay. So from Mr. DiCarlo, as the interim principal, I may not have years of experience with Sarah, but I feel that what we have accomplished in partnership over the last 4 months has been monumental. She was instrumental in helping me to meet the community through town halls and kept me on my toes as events would be approaching. Sarah, along with her co-president Tracy, would provide me parent input whenever I needed it. Together, we have been able to plan all the great events that make Daly the special place it is, from our many art residencies to our upcoming carnival, and without Sarah, none of it would have been possible. Working with Sarah has been a true partnership, one that any new interim principal would dream of. Sarah, thank you for your commitment to students and staff of Daly. We are grateful and lucky for your service to the school community. And he really wishes he could have been here today, and he apologizes. And same with Dr. Suzanne. She also wishes she could be here. She said she's incredibly sorry that I cannot be in person to celebrate the hard work and dedication for all things Daly by Sarah Good Klein these last few years. Sarah stepped into the presidency role at Daly during unprecedented times. It wasn't until recently that we had our first in-person meeting. We can't find a more supportive, meticulous, kind, and caring parent leader. Together, we continue to nurture and build the strongest homeschool connection between the staff and our families. Sarah ensured that each and every student and staff member got what they needed when they needed it. No ask was too big. Sarah found a way. Sarah was always an email, call, or text away, helping to keep the calm at Daly, particularly during this transition in school leadership. Sarah answered an email seconds after it was sent and made herself available to ensure that our shared vision for an inclusive and supportive school community with open lines of communication continues on even after we both have moved up. We are so lucky that you took on this role and made things happen. Sending love and gratitude, and please continue to volunteer. We need lots of Sarahs around.
Good evening. For those who may not know me, I am Meg Sheehan, principal at Sousa Elementary School. And tonight it is my honor to say a few words about our outgoing HSA co-president, Jessica Weaver. Jessica could not be here this evening due to a prior commitment, but she has assured me she will be watching the replay. It has truly been a journey for both of us. Your time as co-president began in the height of a pandemic with a new principal, and to think you chose to stay the course with me for year 2. I could not be more grateful for your support, your friendship these last 2 years. Your trust and gentle nudges along the way have been greatly appreciated. Thank you for all the texts, even the ones on Saturdays and Sundays, all the calls and impromptu Zoom meetings. Thank you for your insight and providing me the inside scoop when it was needed. Your endless commitment to the well-being of our students is incredible. Our HSA is amazing, generous, and supportive. That, my friend, is because they have you as their captain. As you prepare to move on to the ranks of past president on our executive board, know that you will be remembered fondly when I think of our kindergarten tours in August, virtual assemblies that are just way too many to count, including 2 virtual talent shows, red mats for our students to sit on an outdoor snack, and yes, they are still using them. Your commitment to ensuring that our garden repairs were completed, free Mass Fridays, which have transitioned into free book Fridays, equipment and recess bags, food trucks, staff appreciation events. With the help of your trusty sidekick, Erin Mastronardi, you both ensured that every grade level was supported in some way by the HSA, from yoga and mindfulness to cultural field trips and mosaic. The list just goes on and on. I will always cherish our long talks about our educational perspectives, vision for the future of our schools, and your commitment to being our ruler cheerleader for our families. We truly have enjoyed some great times together at the Halloween Carnival, Hearts Fundraiser, Sousa Social, and the Ducks game just this past weekend with our kiddos. The reality is you embrace the 3 qualities that we as a community strive for at Sousa every day. You are kind, you are confident, and you are compassionate, which we all know this makes you Sousa strong. So thank you for the strength, courage, insight, and determination to give our community a sense of normalcy these last 2 years when we needed it the most.
Good evening. My name is Amity Howard-Reese. I'm an Assistant Director of PPS. Unfortunately, Dr. Allen could not be here tonight, and she extends her apologies. On behalf of the entire PPS department and the Port Washington School District, I would like to take this moment to thank and acknowledge the dedication and contribution that Mrs. Jennifer Scotto Robinson has made as the SEPTA co-president. Although Mrs. Scotto Robinson is leaving the role of co-president, she will always remain a dedicated parent, teacher, and leader in this district for families with students receiving special education. She is a wealth of resource and experience and answers every phone call and dedicates time no matter what the question or concern. She facilitates dialogue with the district and always supports the search for solutions. Mrs. Scotto Robinson speaks from the heart and her own perspective while always recognizing and acknowledging others. She is very committed to passionately supporting special education here in Port Washington. It is with the sincerest appreciation that we thank her and we encourage her to please keep doing the great work.
I feel like it's weird we're talking to you when they're behind us. Hi everyone, Beth Javelin. I'm the principal of Weber Middle School. So Weber has been fortunate to have Alana Engel as our outgoing senior president of HSA. Those who choose to become school HSA president want to make a difference in their school community. Alana, you've been an incredible support and resource as our president. You have kept a pulse on Weber families and have communicated important feedback to me when needed. You have always been a text or a phone call away, making yourself available whenever needed. Alana, this quote by Michael Jordan says it all about you. Some people want it to happen, some wish it would happen, others make it happen. Here are some things that you made happen. Alana, can we sell boxed supplies? Yes. Alana, can you get lacrosse equipment for students so they could try out? Yes. Alana, can we make sure that all students get lawn signs for graduation? Yes. Alana, you've made things happen, and so you've made these things happen, and so many more. Not only are you there for Weber, the building, and our families, you're also there to support me. Somehow, you always seem to know when I need a pick-me-up and a call to brighten my day. Nothing was too much for you to accomplish, and I cannot thank you enough. The hours that you have dedicated to Weber has not gone unnoticed, and it is truly appreciated. You built amazing relationships with parents, and every decision you made with the Weber students and staff in mind. Your calm demeanor has helped us run an efficient and effective HSA. Alana, thank you. From the time and dedication that you've put towards the Weber community, it's been a pleasure being on the same team and working together. Thank you for all that you have done for Weber. You will greatly be missed, and Amy, you have some big shoes to fill.
Good evening. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our Guggenheim HSA co-president, Evelyn Gabriel. I cannot thank her enough for all of her hard work and dedication to Guggenheim these past 2 years. She came into the position during a worldwide pandemic and brought so much passion and kindness to everything she did. She helped to organize many unique events throughout the school year that showed gratitude to our staff and made everyone feel special and appreciated during a challenging time in our lives. In addition, she managed to help our school community feel safe and secure during very uncertain times and communicated information in a clear and concise manner to our parent community. Evelyn has spent the last 6 years as a parent at Guggenheim Elementary School. She currently has 2 boys at our school, a 5th grader and a 2nd grader. She has dedicated hundreds of hours a month to Guggenheim. Whenever she has a moment to herself, she was volunteering her time to make our school a better place for our staff as well as our students. She has supported our programs and volunteered her time to ensure that our students have had positive experiences outside of their academic school day through a variety of initiatives and programs. These programs surely made our Googies more well-rounded and cognizant and aware of the world around us. She was truly a cheerleader for our school and was always so supportive of all of our initiatives and never once hesitated to lend a helping hand. We will forever miss her passionate and enthusiastic ways. Although we will miss her daily presence at Guggenheim next year, we're thankful she will continue working as a VP of fundraising. We are certain she will continue to make a difference in our school and our school district, as one of her sons will move up to Weber in the fall. To say we will miss you is an understatement. Your love, support, and presence will always be a part of our building and school community. Thank you again for not only enhancing my professional life as a principal, but also my personal life as well. You have truly become a part of our school community and family, and you will never be forgotten.
Hi, Sarah Cole, Guggenheim HSA. I couldn't resist coming here to speak about Evelyn, even though Dr. Licata just gave a great speech of her own. So I just want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank all of the wonderful outgoing HSA and PTA and Parent Council presidents who are all sitting right here. These people have made an incredible impact on our district and have been the brains and labor behind countless events and programs that went on this year in the district. I'm especially lucky to have worked on the Guggenheim HSA with Evelyn Gabriel for several years, and this last year as her co-president. When you meet Evelyn, you can immediately feel her love for her family. It is so strong that you just know it when you are in her presence. That same love extends to the work she has tirelessly done on the Guggenheim HSA for many years, and especially during these last 2 very difficult years as our HSA president. I don't think in all the time working with her, I've ever heard Evelyn say no to an event or program that someone approached her about that benefited the kids. Sometimes I would wonder if we had the bandwidth or the budget to fit one more thing, but she never hesitated to say, yes, let's do this for the kids. I will raise the money. And she always did. Not only would she raise money, but she was never afraid to speak up for what our children needed, whether that be another teacher to make class sizes smaller, funds to replace an aging playground, or access to fields for sports, which we all know is her passion. Evelyn was always there to ensure the needs of our school and our building were being met. She does not back down from a challenge, and she will get creative to find solutions that work for all. Working alongside of her always motivates me to do my best. She has set an incredibly high standard that will likely be unmatched, though we will try our very best. Luckily, she is sticking around to still raise that money and attend these meetings, so don't think she won't be here. Thank you, Evelyn, for all that you do, and much luck on both the Weber and Guggenheim HSAs in the coming year. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm having a bit of a deja vu moment standing in front of a Board of Education and superintendent. Never thought 12 years ago when I retired that I would ever be doing this again. So it has been my pleasure being here. But my real reason for wanting to make a few comments is that I think I have a bit of a unique perspective. I was here 2 full decades ago, and I remember with distinct memories my great experiences with the Schreiber HSA. So if I would have thought that anything would have changed in any direction coming back for my brief visit at Schreiber, I would have suspected once I got to know Kathy Riva that I was going to be pleasantly surprised, and I was also going to get an amazing amount of very quick orientation, amazing support from day one, and a level of enthusiasm that is just infectious. Whether it's her introduction to a Zoom meeting when she holds something up in front of the screen to get us all smiling and thinking, or her provocative questions about things going on at Schreiber, she really set the tone for what I believe, in my humble opinion, is the function of a homeschool association, which is to truly develop a partnership with the school. And Kathy is known among the faculty and staff as a consummate promoter of everything Schreiber. And I think that her level of enthusiasm is obvious when you look out at the Zoom meetings and see dozens of parents online listening, asking questions, and really wanting to understand Schreiber and help us to be better as a school. And I think that Kathy, in the history of all of the great HSA Schreiber presidents, is extremely distinguished. And I have absolutely loved getting to know her for the last 4 months. And I think that she leaves Schreiber stronger than when she came.
Good evening, Jessica Milwani, co-president of the Port Washington Parents Council. I'd like to say a few words of thanks to the incredible parent leaders in our community. This was not an easy year to lead any parent organization. Our HSAs and PTA were faced with the challenge of rebuilding their school communities and restoring a sense of normalcy in an environment that was at times anything but normal, constrained, tense, and even divided. All of the presidents we had the pleasure of working with this year led with respect, positivity, focus, and persistence. Their accomplishments over the past year are too numerous to tout here, and while the work they do to foster a sense of community and advocate for the needs of all of our children may often be invisible to most, the impact they have on our schools can be felt every day. On behalf of Parents Council, I can say it was a true honor and privilege to work with this group of selfless volunteers and extraordinary leaders. And of course, a few words of gratitude for my co-president, Nicoletta Gargis, who took the wheel at Parents Council this year with a calm head, a steady hand, and a tremendous heart. Nicoletta broke the mold when it came to juggling the demands of work, family, and volunteerism, all while being one of the most positive, optimistic people I have ever had the privilege to work with. She approaches every challenge with the unwavering belief that if your heart is in the right place, everything will work out just fine. And to this skeptic's surprise, it always did. I learned many things working with Nicoletta this year. I learned that fantastical is absolutely a word, best used to describe how one feels on a Monday morning. I learned that it's okay, even beneficial, to disagree on the substance of an issue and still come together with open minds, mutual respect, and common goals. And after this doozy of a year, I finally learned how to properly pronounce the 15th letter of the Greek alphabet, Omicron. Did I get it right? Oh, there you go. I am grateful for Nicoletta's partnership and guidance this year, and know that she will continue to find ways to dedicate her time, whether from office, car, or lacrosse field, to the service of our schools. With Nicoletta, it is always 100% about the kids. I am proud of the work we did together and grateful for her steady and heartfelt leadership of Parents Council this year. Finally, on behalf of Nicoletta and myself, we would like to thank Dr. Hines, our district administrators, and the board trustees for truly valuing all of the parent organizations in our community, and for continuing to nurture an open, productive relationship with Parents Council. We are grateful, and Sarah and I look forward to continuing this work with you next year. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Denise Paredes, and I'm here representing Rebecca Hughes Parker, who couldn't make it, to recognize Kim Kaiserman, the outgoing senior co-president of Aggie. And it says, I am Rebecca Hughes Parker, Aggie co-president. I'm speaking about an uncontroversial topic. I cannot promise they will all be in the future, and it is about our departing Aggie co-president, Kim Kaiserman, and the tremendous value she has added, not just to Aggie, but to our district and our town. I have partnered with Kim on other endeavors outside of school, and you really cannot ask for a better partner. Smart, organized, generous, kind, and forgiving. If I am not pulling my weight, as sometimes happens, such as tonight when I missed my train, Agate has thrived because of her selfless dedication to it and the kids in the district over the years. The incoming board is incredibly grateful for her, and I would say we will miss her, but we will of course continue to rely on her, which is what happens when you are very good at what you do. So Kim, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for everything. Thank you. And just to add quickly, I am on the incoming board of Agate as well, and I will echo a lot of what Rebecca said. Kim has been just one of the best people to work with. She's whip smart. She can really get to the bottom of an issue. She's a great advocate for our kids, and I've learned so much from working with her. So thank you, Kim.
Good evening. As evidenced by everyone else who has spoken this evening, I have had the pleasure of working as an HSA co-president with many wonderful people in our town. Singularly unique among these wonderful people is Mrs. Alana Engel. 13 months ago, Alana and I began our journey as HSA co-presidents at Weber, and in that time she has demonstrated a particular type of selflessness I had yet to know. The way she quietly, efficiently, and caringly handles even the most delicate and stressful situations is truly spectacular. The way she can analyze data in a spreadsheet and make it so casual is astounding. Ilana can be purchasing ices at BJ's and simultaneously in my driveway with a check for me to sign, yet never pressed for time. If anyone listening to me speak tonight finds themselves in a position to partner with Ilana, do not hesitate. Ilana is trustworthy. She keeps her promises. If former Board of Education President Karen Sloan is correct, quote, HSA presidents never go away, they just come back in another role, end quote, then I look forward to seeing Ilana fill future roles that will enable her to further improve our Port Washington community. Ilana, thank you.
So as a former HSA president and Parent Council president, Karen Sloan is correct. We do not go away. We're always here. Alana and all of you. The seats are always available for all of you, and we do thank you for your service. And again, having been in your shoes, I thank you and welcome all of the support that you've given us. So thank you, congratulations. Thank you to your families for lending you to our schools. We appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, now we're moving on. Report of the superintendent.
All right. Good evening, everyone. So I have a few things I want to talk about. Before I do, again, all the sentiments that have been echoed here, I've worked very closely with all of you. We will have a little celebration next week, and I'll speak to you then. But I've been in many school districts. I've never seen parents work as hard as you do for our kids. Incredibly thankful. And to Nicoletta and Jessica, thank you for a wonderful year. I certainly appreciate it very much. A few housekeeping things before Dave Miller and I give you an update regarding security, which is a very timely topic to discuss. We have a few people in our midst here who, this is their last board meeting. One of them is Elaine Fennick, who's sitting to my left. So I just want to recognize Elaine for her contributions in so many different ways, not only in HR, but serving as a district clerk this year as well. I have certainly relied on Elaine for so many things in the 3 years I have had the pleasure to know you. You are a real gem and an asset to not only our school district, but Hewitt-Woodmere is very lucky to have you. So thank you, Elaine. I felt myself getting a little emotional for a second. I just reeled it back in. All right. Second is I want to thank Amity Howard-Reese, who spoke earlier. This is her last board meeting as well. And Amity, as a parent of a special education child, I know you do not have an easy job, and I know that you always have children in the forefront of your mind. So thank you for your service here, and we wish you nothing but the best as you move on to your next school district. So thank you. Third thing is, go Rangers. I hope they're winning. That's right. And any updates, please do not text me because I don't want to be distracted. And this, I'm saying this as an Islander fan, believe it or not. Okay. So I'm going to ask if we can pull the screen down for a second. Yeah, maybe Dr. Shields, if you wouldn't mind for your enrollment report, that would be great. And then I'm going to ask Mr. Miller to please come to the podium.
Of course, Dr. Hines. So the last enrollment report was calculated on June 1st. And at that time, we had 5,238 students. That's 27 more students than we had this time last year. I also recently provided an update to the school board on kindergarten enrollment for this coming September. We currently have 404 students enrolled in the incoming kindergarten class. That's ahead of the projection of 372 students. So that's all for the enrollment report.
Thank you, Dr. Shields. As we transition to a very serious topic, clearly the tragedy that took place in Texas, and certainly since then, and even before then, schools once again are asking themselves, are we safe? For community members, for staff members, you know, we're asking, what are we doing that may be new or different? What are we doing right now? So I've had several conversations with Mr. Miller, certainly with the Port Washington Police Department. And I thought it was pertinent to provide an overview to not only certainly those of you who are here, but who may be watching live stream as well. We have many systems in place. And as Mr. Miller will articulate, we have many plans in place. Some of you who I believe are in the audience have asked me specifically, what are we doing? How are we partnering with Nassau County Police Department, all those things. Please know that I'm in communication with my colleagues often, other superintendents around Nassau County, certainly Suffolk County. And we are in a very good place when it comes to safety. There's nothing more important than the safety of our students and certainly our staff. So I'm going to turn it over right now to Mr. Miller, who's incredibly well versed in the systems we have in place. And what I'd like to do, and I'll articulate this a little bit more as I present our strategic plan, this is not just, let's talk about it tonight and then it goes to the wayside. This is something that will continue to be in the forefront of everything that we're doing moving forward. So Mr. Miller, if you wouldn't mind just unpacking what we have here as the visual in front of us. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. If you can see the screen above you or behind you, in Port Washington and in any school district, what we do is we take an integrated approach to school safety. There are a number of different avenues that we need to approach more or less simultaneously in order to achieve good school security and to mitigate risk. It's important to understand that what we do is we talk about risk mitigation. We cannot ever really talk about risk elimination. Sadly, the events that we've seen all too often across the country make it very clear that risk elimination is not possible. Sometimes I field phone calls from parents who might ask, what do we do about this and what do we do about that? And we answer those questions and we provide as much of a framework as we can. But at the end of the day, this is about risk mitigation. And it's a big difference, and it's one that keeps us all awake at night. But we do a good job of it. It all starts with planning and preparedness. Every school by state law must have emergency response plans. They are fully detailed. They are also confidential. They are not released to the public. They have a great deal of detail on what we do and how we're going to do it in every single school. Each school has an emergency response planning team. It is comprised of parents, the police, first responders, teachers, administrators, and I act in an advisory capacity to most of the schools and obviously sit on Schreiber's. Not most of the schools, all of the schools. We also have a district-wide emergency response plan. That plan is on the district website. It is vetted by the Board of Education, which also sees all the building response plans that will happen. All of that happens, by the way, the reviews will happen in July and August reorganization meetings. We also are in the process of putting together formalized threat assessment teams in every school. It's important for you to know that this process, this discussion began before the last recent tragedy in Texas. This was not responsive. This was planning with a purpose in advance. Those plans have been put together. We worked with a district-wide committee on that, and I think at an upcoming all-admin meeting, we'll be rolling it out to the rest of the administrators. These threat assessment teams gather in each school when there is a potential threat, something that arises of a concern to a teacher, a parent, a guidance counselor. We comprise a team, again, working with outsiders like the Port Washington Police Department to try to evaluate whether or not there is a risk to the student himself or others. It is a very comprehensive plan. The board, I guess Dr. Hines will get an opportunity to share that plan with the board in more detail.
Yeah, once it's finalized, I'm going to share with the board.
From planning and preparedness, we move out to some different phases. All right. First phase is perimeter security. What do we do around our buildings to make sure that we mitigate, again, as much risk of penetration as possible? We made a commitment, I guess 17 years ago now, to replace BOCES contracted security guards who were minimum wage employees with highly trained ex-LEO law enforcement officers at every school. The numbers of those guards have gone up and down over the years. Lately, it's been very consistent. The question has been asked and will continue to be asked, do we need more? Yes, of course. More people, more doors to cover equals more security, more eyes on a problem. But we do have more than many other districts that I've spoken to. And our guys, who are all trained law enforcement, do a far better job. You can put 15, 16, 17 people in a building who don't have the types of training that our staff has. Our staff gets a lot more done with less. But there are certainly things for you to evaluate and weigh as we move forward. A long time ago, we built that security booth on Campus Drive. It does serve as a deterrent. People coming up, have to stop. There's eyes on somebody. That's, of course, just for Campus Drive. Every school building, as a part of this bond, the most recent bond issue that we're wrapping up, you invested in secure entry vestibules. They all have a visitor management access system scholarship in it, which checks against nationally available sex offender databases. Someone has to buzz in twice. They have to get checked in. Those are significant deterrents. Also, please note that all of the glass around those vestibules are hardened glass, all right? So it's, if somebody is in there, there is going to be a good significant delay. Not impenetrable, but a good significant delay before, God forbid, anything came in further. We have complete door access controls on multiple doors in the building, in all the buildings. All of the other doors remain locked at all times, and we try to practice what's called a single point of entry. High school right now has some multiple points of entry due to the construction that's going on, but those doors are locked and they're manned. There's people at those doors all the time. I have received phone calls. We have received concerns about doors being open. This is an ongoing, and particularly at the high school, this is an ongoing battle. We have security doing routes around the building all the time. Administrators, teachers checking doors, closing doors. Unfortunately, in a high school, different than an elementary school, perhaps a middle school, kids are opening up doors. There's a lot that we have to do to maintain that. So some people may see a door open at one time, but then when we do rounds, doors will be shut. It's just something that it takes ongoing work. But we do that work because it's important. We also message to the student body regularly about that. The entry points are more of an issue really at the high school level. So that's perimeter security. What do you do, though, to prevent something from happening? And that's where we get to risk mitigation. We have an incredibly healthy mental health program in this district. The board and the community have funded social workers at every single school in this district, multiple psychologists at every school, at the high school, middle school, and then one each at the elementary schools. These mental health teams are the front line of making sure that we're doing our best to make sure that our students get the help that they need. And if there's somebody that needs, let's just say, additional supports, we can identify them sooner. SEL programs in place like Ruler coming in throughout the district do a tremendous amount to help student self-esteem and try to help, again, mitigate the mental health risks that lead to some of the active shooter scenarios that we've seen across the country. Staff development that we do every year for staff in identifying risk and threat. We have an anonymous reporting system called reportit.com. We do get reports frequently. That is something that almost every staff development, every training session that you'll see, U.S. Secret Service trainings that we've been to, I've been to, all talk about the importance of these things. So, if something happens, what do? We have a one-button lockdown system in every school in the district. Phones have applications, buttons in every school. We can lock down every door. They're already locked, but they're going to be, the swipes get disabled. Alarms inside the building, automatic announcements and annunciations inside the buildings, blue lights outside the buildings, sirens outside the buildings. Everybody clears out of the way. Everybody locks down. Everyone in every school is trained a minimum of 4 times a year by state law on lockdown drills. No, excuse me, it's 6 times. It's 4 in the beginning of the first half and 2 in the second half. That lockdown automatically calls 911. We also have what's called the RAVE application. Nassau County Police Department partnered with every school in Nassau County to roll out the RAVE app. In the event that somebody was locked down in a classroom, or they saw something that, they see what's going on, they can, as key administrators, some of the custodians, some paraprofessionals, not every staff member has it. But you were able to then do text messaging directly and phone calls directly to the police right from that RAVE app. There's a dedicated 911 person in Nassau County Police Department that just sits at a desk just for rave, all right? I've tested it. We test it every year with Nassau County Police Department, the Division of Homeland Security. We know it works. I go around to every school and test that every year with them. It's really kind of incredible to be able to get that type of instant communication. With that also, the system is built out. It's geofenced, by the way, so they know everywhere where it comes from. It also builds out to all of our key staff in the district. So if that alert goes off, I always warn everybody before we do these tests because it lights up like a Christmas tree. Every administrator, every key personnel in the district gets an alert that there's a lockdown, you know, there's an event. We don't want to scare everybody, so we let them know. Everybody knows we have cameras in every school as well. Tremendous amount of video surveillance. In the event of an emergency, the police get automatic access to all those cameras. This is a huge advantage to police deployment. Imagine being, and they have it on their laptops also in their cars. So imagine, God forbid something happens, being able to respond immediately to that location because you can see it happening instead of having to go through a building. Along those lines, knowing a building is really important, and this is not on there, but the Port Washington Police Department has done training and drills in every school in this district. And I'm proud to report, happy to report, I don't know if that's proud or happy or any of it when you have to talk about these things. I just got a request from Detective Gazzello today to do drills in the high school after school is over this year. And I think the answer is going to be yes to that, but we'll process through all those pieces. So they're on top of their stuff. They know our buildings. They train with us. We work cooperatively. I can't speak enough about the relationship that we have with the Port Washington and Sands Point Police Departments. They are unbelievable partners with us. And it's a huge, huge thing that this community has that a lot of schools don't. When I was an assistant principal in another school district, that was a long, long, long time ago, by the way. That was out in Suffolk. And Suffolk County cops, they're great. They're really, really good. But we didn't know any of them. You call your SRO by his first name. You honored him at a recent Ed Foundation event. He's one of us. All of them. It's incredible stuff. Those connections, you know, I got to tell you, one of the things that scared all of us looking at what happened in Texas was the delay in people going into the building. Something that people have been talking about. I'm going to tell you, there's not going to be a delay here because these folks are vested and rooted in our community. That's it. That's a powerful thing to think about. And that's not something that we do, we create. It's just something that's baked into the water and port. That's incredible stuff. All right, so outside of that, what happens after the worst potential incident? We do have a lot of planning that goes into post-incident response. We have a robust communication system. It is in the process of changing. I've been having discussions with Shannon on how the new EdLeo system will be able to better harness and quickly harness communications. I do want to move to a text-based alert for parents, staff, and students. My understanding is EdLeo is going to give us a greater ability to do that. So that's a really, really exciting thing to be able to do. We do have reunification plans on the books. I think we need to do more planning and training along those lines. This year we also got iPads with data service for every school in the district so that, God forbid, we're off-site and need to connect to Aspen to do reunification. Every school has the ability to do that. Those rolled out this year. We also all have, as part of our emergency response teams, post-traumatic event teams that will work with students and work with parents to try to, you know, do those things that unfortunately might have to be done to help put us all back together. So that's a snapshot of what we do. I'm sure it's not 1,000% complete, but as you can tell, there is an awful lot that we do. When we talk to Nassau County Police Department's Division of Homeland Security, I work with them every year. They are extremely impressed with where we're at. This is a place where we're ahead of the curve. Are there places that we can do more? You can always do more. But we're doing really, really well, too. So I'm open. Any questions? I'm here. Ms. Gilliard?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for coming tonight. Dr. Hines, thank you for arranging it, because I think there's probably not a parent in this district, a community member, a staff member who hasn't spent the last week looking around and examining their home building and wondering if this is something that could happen here, particularly since we're all clear that some things went very, very wrong in the response to the situation that just happened in Texas. So I'm hoping that the presentation gave us all a little bit of peace of mind about how on top of it Port Washington is. And I know you have talked to the board previously about things like this, but not everybody is always paying attention, and not everybody was at the table at that time. So thank you for being here. I have a couple questions. First, it's my understanding, and I guess I'm asking this question mostly for the community's benefit, but it's my understanding that there are many aspects of our plan that cannot be made public, because to make them public would already be a security threat.
Correct.
So it's correct to assume you're giving us this level. There's way more below this in terms of our preparedness and the plans that we have in play, right?
There is.
Okay, thank you.
A lot.
So that said, I'm not going to stray into any of that, and I think this is
I'll give you just an example, one little sliver, without giving away any information or state secrets. By the way, the Rangers are losing 1-0. So, you're an Islander fan. The evacuation routes. People think that evacuation is, you'll go to the same place all the time. That's not the case. Schools have lots of different plans for how, where, when we're going to evacuate, with multiple options. People don't think about those things. We do. Every school does. And we won't ever share where those plans are, or what they are, or what they look like. So that's an example of things that we do to try to prepare that we can't share.
Okay, thank you. So 2 more specific questions, without trying to press you on anything that we shouldn't be talking about in a public meeting. But I'm wondering, I'll ask them together, but first of all, if we were to have an incident here, what agency or person would be in charge of the scene here? And when an incident like this happens elsewhere, can you tell us, does the committee meet? Is there a process? Are the things that happened looked at to figure out if there's any changes that need to be made to what we're planning here?
Great questions. First of all, if there was an incident on campus, or on any campus, the police will take control of the campus. The Port Police will run it. In the event that Nassau County shows up with Port, they would discuss between the 2 of them who would run the event. If we had a very large scale incident like the one that happened in Texas, God forbid, I would imagine that there'd be federal jurisdiction, and the FBI would come in. They may act as a support and advisory role, but basically it's the LEOs. It's our local law enforcement that take control. We don't have control of our building after a lockdown is called. It's the police. Second, to the question was,
so what's the process look like if there is an incident elsewhere?
So we do, so every building has emergency response planning teams. So even after drills, after every single drill, school teams gather together and they do post-incident response debriefings. So if there was an incident in the district, that school would come together, and I imagine in a large-scale incident, they would come together with others like myself and Dr. Hines and Dr. Shields and others. But yes, there is a mechanism in place for review, learning, and growth.
Okay, on the answer to the previous question, And again, without pressing you in public, I think we all just saw that this incident in Texas, the cooperation or the management of the scene by the agencies at play, from my perspective of reading just the newspaper, looks like that added to the problem. And so I'm not going to ask you to answer it here, but I understand that the police will be involved. I would love if our protocol committee makes sure that we understand exactly how that's going to function, with the hope that obviously this never happens
The Port
here.
Police would have direct control, but they then, it's not up to us, the truth is, it's not up to us to decide who's going to then have control if the Port Police don't have it. It's going to be either the Port Police and then talking to Nassau County. It's just the way that's going to evolve. Whether they play nice in the sandbox with each other, those issues go like, this is not a new issue, whether interagency cooperation and support. But I can say this, Port Police and Nassau County Police have worked well together. They've done drills cooperatively here at the high school and other schools in the district. I do think they'll work well together. I've seen them work well together. I don't think it's fair necessarily to say that what went wrong in Texas is going to go wrong in Port Washington. Is it a fair concern? Of course.
I definitely wasn't saying that, and I'm not suggesting that we have the power to say that, but to say who would be in charge, but while we're doing the planning, I'm hoping that the committee is thinking about all these plans, lay the road for the agencies that would be involved working well together and figuring something out. Obviously,
right, so our
I want
plans
us
can't-
very
yeah.
focused on the
Yes,
risk mitigation part of this, so
plans
it
don't
doesn't
really
happen.
our plans don't really speak to other than that law enforcement would be in control of the site. That's where our plans end there. Because we have to respond to what they tell us to do. And that's part of a longstanding BOCES Nassau County template. It just is. I understand the concern. It's a fair concern. It's real. You have to hope that they work well, but we can't plan beyond that. There's no way to.
Ms. Brooks, you had a question?
Rachel, you done? Okay. So thank you for being here, not only for the presentation, but for everything I know that you've put into this over the years. Because I know this is not just a one-off. So, obviously prevention is so much better than mitigation. So I would ask that you reemphasize the anonymity that goes into report it. I've tried to convince community members over the years that it truly is anonymous, and they really shouldn't think about anything other than the fact that they need to get the report in, and that it will be anonymous. And I also want to ask, since there are a lot of more people in the community who don't have their children in school than who do, but who may be aware of something, how do we best inform them who their first point of contact should be? Should they contact the Port Washington Police Department? Should they go through Report It? How do we get this message out to I trust the HSAs will have this under control of the principals within our school district, parents, but beyond that, in the greater community, what outreach can we do to help them help us keep the school district safe?
All right, to the first question, we don't, other than I can continue to just assure people that the school district does not get the information from reportit.com of who has filed the report. We don't get the names. It just doesn't come through. If somebody really wanted to see a sample report, I guess I could show them. We don't even get an IP address, which is a way to track computers. They're probably somewhere, that IP address is probably somewhere in the reportit.com company, but we don't get that. And their business is providing anonymous reporting. They're not going to give us the information, because if they give us the information, they potentially put themselves out of business. We also don't want it. And the reason we don't want it is because we want people to have the faith in the system that you're talking about. It would undermine what we know to be a highly effective safety practice to go seek out, even if we could, who made those reports. So we never find out. Now, oftentimes we will interview students if there was an incident. Look, sometimes that student ends up in your office who made the report. I've had it happen to me. You call down 10 kids or something that happened in the classroom, and the kid goes, oh, I made the report. It happens. It's the nature of investigating these things. To your other question, who do you make a report to? First of all, if anybody believes that there is somebody imminently in danger, you immediately call 911, right then and there. I don't care if school's in session, I don't care if school is closed, if somebody's in danger, you call 911. If you have a concern, that's a school-based concern, there are a number of people that can be called. The same avenues exist. You can call an assistant principal, you can call a principal, you can call a guidance counselor. All that information is going to get funneled to the right place, whoever they call, but call someone. Parents often make the mistake, kids often make the mistake of saying, I don't want to tell because I don't want someone to get in trouble, or I don't want to get involved. These are potentially dangerous positions for someone to hold. And not just potentially dangerous for an attack. The odds are that that's not what happens. But it's potentially dangerous because there's somebody who is in crisis. There's somebody who's hurt. There's somebody that's sad. There's someone that's dealing with depression. It's someone that's dealing with difficult issues. And we need to help those kids. And we can't help those kids if we don't know what's happening. So I urge every parent, if you know somebody's hurting, share that with a guidance counselor, share that with an assistant principal, share that with a social worker, share that with a teacher, share that with a principal. Any of those people will be able to get that, I guarantee we'll get that information to the right folks.
And what about with respect to the larger community? How do we get the larger community to cooperate, to partner with the school district to be vigilant? Is the Port Washington Police Department trying to message?
I don't know. I don't have any answer. I don't have an answer to that. I mean, I've spent most of my time working with the district.
Yeah, actually, I could answer that. I met with Sergeant Griffith from the Port Washington Police Department, who in his role is acting more as a community liaison, so like a bridge between the department and the school district. And this is actually one of the focal points when we're meeting over the summer, that we will look to try to solve that, I will say, problem at this point. But that is one major function in his role, is connecting with us, connecting with our staff, and connecting with the greater community as a whole.
Great.
Okay, I think we can move. I'm sorry. Ms. Malconi.
To your point that you just mentioned about our potential at-risk students, I know that we have very, very well-trained mental health staff. How much, if any, you know I'm going to my favorite subject, Dr. Hines. There you go. What investment have we made in our teachers who are at really the first level of being able to red flag and identify at-risk students?
So I will say not enough as the first answer. The second one is it's one of the things that we're tackling at our administrator retreat this summer. So we have a 3-day retreat with our administrators. This is actually one of the topics, and when I get to the strategic plan, this will be one of the focal points as well, working with Stephanie Allen.
It also, now, yes, it's not enough, and yes, those things need to be done. We do that type of staff development at the beginning of each school year by state law. So there is identification training for students at risk to themselves and to others each year at the beginning of the school year in each school. It's called mandated mental health training for staff, and it happens by state law. But it's cursory. It's true.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you. We're moving on to, we have the District Protocol Committee report. Dr. Shields.
Yes, the district protocol committee met today. We discussed current cafeteria protocols that still exist in some of our schools. For example, Weber and Sousa still have desks during lunch. So the committee recommended that we move back towards tables for the benefit of socialization and the mental health of our students. We also decided that the committee should meet again in August to see if we received any further information from the state that warrants any action on our part prior to opening up our schools in September. Our hope is that by then we can return to as normal a setup of safety protocols as possible. Dr. Hines, I turn it back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Shields. As far as, well, actually, we're going to move on to community comments, right? And then
You
the
have
other
anything more?
topics. I know.
Okay. Okay, moving on to community comments. First round.
First person is Jessica Meloni.
Okay, sorry, me again. Back to address some business, and if I run down the clock, you can rest assured I will be back for round 3. The Policy and Personnel Committee recently raised discussion about policies 1810, gifts to school personnel, and 1800, gifts to the public, both of which directly impact our district's parent organizations. Policy 1810 is on for first reading tonight. Parents' Council convened the HSA and PTA presidents to gather input on both policies for the board's consideration. With respect to Policy 1810, gifts to school personnel, the board's inquiry into class gifts was directed primarily to the HSAs, to the elementary HSAs. While our 5 elementary HSAs operate differently in this regard, all are guided by the spirit of equity and inclusivity. Some of our schools prohibit class parents from soliciting financial contributions of any kind, while others promote but cannot enforce a $75 classroom limit. Most HSAs, however, do not put restrictions or caps on contributions, but make abundantly clear that there is no pressure or obligation to contribute and that every family's name will be included on a gift, regardless of whether or how much each family contributes. From the recipient's perspectives, classroom gifts are fully inclusive. All of the HSAs believe that they have tailored their approaches on class gifts to best suit the needs, capabilities, and values of their unique parent communities, and that additional oversight would be both unnecessary and unenforceable. None of the HSAs or PTA has received any complaints from families about their approaches to class gifts. Among our elementary HSAs that allow for donations to classroom gifts, all agree that any board policy attempting to regulate discretionary behavior of individuals will likely be unenforceable and largely symbolic. Further, policy aimed at influencing or managing individuals' feelings seems misguided. Policy should be written to promote specific, tangible, and enforceable outcomes. While revising this policy might signal the board's commitment to equity and inclusion, it does not take any meaningful, measurable steps to foster it because it does not have any teeth. Reaffirming a policy that caps classroom gifts at $75 or any other arbitrary amount will not prevent some families from feeling an unwelcome sense of obligation if solicited, nor will it make others feel less pressure simply because the dollar amount per family may be naturally limited. A financial contribution of any amount, even one deemed acceptable by board policy, may still be perceived by some as a burden. The HSAs noted that many families across the socioeconomic spectrum have expressed gratitude for being relieved of the gifting obligation, and for the fact that the amounts they contribute to classroom gifts, even those that exceed a $75 limit, are typically less than they would feel obligated to spend individually.
30 seconds.
If class gifts were entirely prohibited. The HSAs had some additional concerns about this policy. Parents worry that teachers have come to expect certain class gifts and that they might be offended or upset by a sudden drastic change in the approach to recognition. At the individual level, that is, families at any of our 7 schools who choose to give gifts outside of or in lieu of class contributions, the policy is also unenforceable. The only check on those who choose to give gifts over $75 is whether teachers and staff choose to accept them. Even in the revised policy on for first reading tonight, that remains unenforceable. Our HSAs and PTA recognize that maintaining a policy on gifts to personnel is necessary and that it speaks to our district's ethics and values, and the revisions on for first reading tonight accomplish that in spades. But any policy, even the most stringent, one that wholly prohibits class gifts and establishes consequences for both giving and receiving them, will be largely symbolic. Time may be better spent refining other enforceable equity-focused policies and trusting that our teachers, staff, and parents are operating with integrity and an inclusive spirit. Thank you.
I'm going to take away 30 seconds after your second time,
My
okay?
next one is shorter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pia Ferrante. And Dave Miller. You together? Oh, wait, you separate. They're together.
But you've heard.
No, no, no.
That's not good. You've heard enough of me, so we're gonna let Pia do all the talking.
So we're up here on behalf of APSA. We're both co-presidents of APSA as well as our other roles. So Dave and I would just like to take a moment to thank Elaine for the years of support that you've given APSA. You've always been a call away to help guide us with any staffing issues or anything else. And we wish you all the best in Hewlett. And I know I'll miss you not only as an APSA person, but as personally and professionally as well. So we wish you all the best.
Thank you, Elaine.
And also, we just want to extend our gratitude to our colleague, Amity. And her role in the district is really not an easy one at all. While she has to balance the needs of the students, along with the demands of parents, staff, and even her own unit members, it is not easy. And you did it all with grace, and we thank you and wish you all the best in Baldwin. Jessica Milwani. She's coming back.
2 minutes and 30 seconds for you.
Thank you.
Groundhog's Day.
Regarding Policy 1800, gifts from the public, the communities within each of our buildings are unique and fundraising capabilities across our HSAs and PTA are widely varied. They are all grateful that the policy is being reviewed through the lens of equity. That said, any discussion about gifts to the district, absent critical context about the current and anticipated needs of each building, as well as a complete picture of the community's financial participation in our schools, seems a bit futile from a policy development perspective. This discussion is tethered to several other ongoing and pressing conversations. For example, the board would benefit from factoring ongoing discussions about playground enhancements, the largest expense currently facing parent organizations, into the evaluation of this policy. Those discussions won't start in earnest until the fall. The current policy notes that while a gift may be presented to a particular building, the board reserves the right to use the gift elsewhere as district needs dictate, acknowledging that the priority will be to honor the wishes of the donor. From the committee's recent discussion about this policy, it seemed that a more explicit approach to redistribution or reallocation of individual gifts is now under consideration. To that end, it's worth a reminder that very generous community organizations, such as Ed Foundation and Hearts, exist to broadly serve our schools, and most donors expect that their donations will be distributed equitably across the district. The HSAs and PTA, however, exist to serve their individual school communities, and families expect their contributions to do as much. Any move to redistribute or reallocate gifts already given or promised would deeply upset families who made those commitments with the expectation that their donations would serve a specific purpose at their home schools. Further, many families are unlikely to make financial gifts to the district, especially the most substantial ones on which many of our buildings have come to rely, without the assurance that the gifts will serve their home schools in full as intended. If redistribution of financial gifts is indeed on the table, the board should also be prepared to address potential financial shortfalls across all buildings. Ultimately, if the objective of this exercise is to establish a cap on gifts from the public, it will be impossible for the board to do so effectively or to plan for potential shortfalls if it does not know the full scope of the financial obligation for current and future needs that now falls to our community. In order to evaluate any changes to this policy, we encourage the board to seek a comprehensive, holistic view of the financial contributions and obligations our parent and community organizations are currently expected to meet, and to consider the implications of any policy changes in that context. With a fuller understanding of the scope of the community's current financial participation in our schools, the board may be better positioned to evaluate potential changes to this 31-year-old
30
policy
seconds.
on gifts from the public.
Regina McLean.
Hi, Regina McLean, Port Washington Teachers Association. I represent over 500 caring, and dedicated professionals. I was wondering what was going on back there. I want to welcome all the new teachers who are going to be appointed this evening. We look forward to meeting them at the new teacher orientation in August. And we also want to welcome Jerry, I hope I'm saying your name correctly, Weinstein. Welcome, Jerry, the new assistant principal at Schreiber. I speak on behalf of all the teachers of Schreiber and the building reps when I say that we look forward to many years of collaborating and partnering with you to continue the strong programs we have at Schreiber and make Schreiber and Port Washington a better place. So welcome. Elaine and Amity. I'm getting whiplash here. Okay. We have been so fortunate to work with both of you. Elaine, we have valued your ability to problem solve with us, so thank you. And Amity, you have been a trusted colleague, and we appreciate the support you have provided for our teachers, our families, and our students. Best of luck to both of you in your new district.
That's it.
Thank you. I'm just getting used to people talking at the mic today. Okay, well, we're moving on to our discussion items, and the first item for discussion is our district RFP status regarding after-school childcare. I'm hoping that'll be a brief discussion, and after that, we'll move on to the strategic plan.
All right. Yeah, I was going to have a document being passed out. So Ms. O'Hara is not present this evening, so I asked her to just compile a few bullet points related to Port Washington aftercare and what this entails and what it will look like come September. This is a very exciting endeavor that I know the board has been really pushing for. So I want to be clear about a few things. One is the district currently has aftercare programs at Daly and Guggenheim, our elementary schools. Now, a request for a proposal, which is otherwise known as an RFP, was created to provide more access to families by expanding aftercare to all 5 elementary schools. That's a big difference. The RFP has 3 areas of focus: assistance with homework, activities to encourage growth, and flexible access to the program, i.e. fees should be structured to provide 1, 2, 3, 4, or a 5-day week attendance, so there's flexibility for parents. And students will no longer spend time on the bus to get to the aftercare program. And this is really important too, because I think in the beginning when we were sharing this information, especially with my thought exchange that went out, I think there was some confusion, so let me hopefully clear that up if it's not clear already. This program will be self-sustaining, which means the district will not receive revenue from the program or the district will not fund the program. 8 organizations were sent the RFP on June 2nd. The RFPs will be received until June 22nd, and we will notify parents over the summer about the details. Now, as far as the proposals and how they are reviewed, I want to speak to Ms. O'Hara about what that entails. Traditionally, it lies within the office of who's sending out the RFPs. But the most important thing is we will have a program in place for our parents and most important for our students come September. And again, I want to thank the board for making this a priority. We are well on our way to have something in place. So I just want to provide a quick update.
Thank you. I'm guessing we can move on to the strategic plan. Just before we do, I know you all are not going to leave and you're going to watch this entire thing, but if you're leaving, there's a fox outside. Kim, did you hear me? So I've got a text that there's a live fox in the parking lot, so please be careful if you're leaving. See, you want to stay, Kim. Sit down. Come on. Dave Miller is on it. See, that's a security threat. Thank you, Dave.
Does it want to come in?
Okay, sorry. Moving on. Strategic plan.
Okay, real quick before I move on, we have two special guests. I know Regina pointed out one of them, which I appreciate. We have on the agenda for approval tonight, we have two, administrators that will be approved. One is, we have Jerry Weinstein here. So Jerry, we are so looking forward to you working in this incredible high school. So she will be serving as a new assistant principal. And then we have Brian Graham here, who's over to my right, who will be serving as our new Director of Facilities. And we are very fortunate to find both administrators of their caliber to be working here. So before I move on to the strategic plan and before hopefully not too many people leave, I just wanted to acknowledge both of you, and we're looking forward to working with you. Great, thank you. All right, so before we get to the point of diminishing returns regarding the energy levels that we have, I'm very proud and I'm excited to share our roadmap to excellence, highlighting a few different things. You know, I've said for the past several years, what our school district has is a lot of potential. Now the question becomes, how do we actualize that potential and how do we fulfill that? In a few different key areas. And I want to thank our Board of Education for supporting this journey, both boards in the past and certainly the one that we currently have, incredibly supportive. Let's see. So as you can see, this is a picture of our Board of Education. And not only our board, but also I have to thank, and I don't have to, I want to thank, my incredible team that I have in district office. None of this would take place without their hard work and their collaboration, all our administrators, and certainly our amazing teachers and staff members. This is a collaborative effort, not only to where we are now, but where we're moving toward in the future. And yes, some of this will be redundant, but too bad, because it needs to be, because it's important that we reinforce the message over and over again as we focus on what's best for our kids. So it has three different parts, like most of my presentations do. One, very quickly, will outline what the two trains were when they left the station back 2 years ago. District goals that we completed, and I'm not going to read every bullet, I promise you. This document is more of a piece where if community members, staff members want to access it and look through it, they have that at their fingertips. It's more of a report than a presentation. And then finally, moving forward, what's in store for our incredible school district, most notably next year, and then the work over the next several years. So the two trains that left this station and are now converging are, train number one is creating a new vision, mission, and portrait of a graduate. We did that. Train number two was creating a diversity, equity, and inclusion plan. We've done that too. And again, we've done that through the roughest seas as we have dealt with locusts and hurricanes and tornadoes, for sure. Now, before we get to the strategic plan itself, I want to reinforce and maybe have some of us remember that in the beginning of this school year, the district identified key priority areas to focus on. First and foremost has to do with curricular-based changes that support the vision and mission, again, of our great school district. The second has to do with facilities and operations. Based changes to reflect the needs of the changing culture and climate of this school district, which will continually change because nothing stays the same. Promoting and strengthening diversity, equity, and inclusion within the district, and then finally strengthening and advancing communication, not only with our community, but most notably with our students and our staff. So I just want to operationally define what a strategic plan is, because it can have quite a few different definitions, and I try to keep it very simple. A strategic plan is a map, per se, that allows an organization to really look at the future. Through visioning, developing a mission, examining core values, which we have done already, and setting achievable goals, the district moves toward attainment of school improvement, of continuous improvement. We are only as good as today. We have to continue to focus on becoming better each and every day. And what a strategic plan does, it's an ongoing integrated process in high-performing organizations, not just school districts. I'm not going to read again what the district vision and what the mission is, but I have it there for those who want to read it. So let's begin with district goals completed. And again, there's a lot of words here, and I know for a fact people in the audience cannot see them. But I'm going to highlight one or two under the district goals that we completed this year. One is we rolled out the Portrait of a Graduate, the vision and the mission. As you know, because you see it right there, is we had 2 graphic images of the Portrait of a Graduate created from committee work, which is great. Dr. Mioli met with principals weekly to monitor rollout and begin discussions on how to realign curriculum maps to better support these 11 competencies that are part of the Portrait of a Graduate. He also visited all 7 schools to meet and met with teachers to explain the importance of what the portrait is and how the work ahead of us is all tied to. Everything is tied to this portrait. It's our North Star that will continue to shine for years to come. Second, under goal number 1 is under curricular-based changes that support the vision and mission. And we've heard this term or acronym, gosh, several times, certainly over the budget season, is ICT class review, our inclusion class at the elementary school. And Dr. Allen has worked with her team and received feedback from staff, parents, and the consultant that works with our teachers in regard to the rollout of the ICT classes at Sousa. Now, again, what we're looking to do is focusing on, at some point very soon, how it connects, how there's a bridge between what we're doing now at Sousa in all 6 grade levels and forming that bridge at Weber. It's incredibly important as we move forward. I think most of us know we had a district-wide survey for the first time ever. This was important to the board, certainly important to me, that we solicit feedback from our 3 stakeholder groups, our staff, our students, and our parents. And we did so, and we completed the survey for all of them just a month ago. There were different components to the survey that some of you may not know. Some of them have to do with school rigorous expectations, ironically enough, school safety, school leadership, barriers to engagement, so on and so forth. So what we're doing now is we're compiling the results, and we will report it out to our community in the fall. When it comes to the last component of curricular-based changes that support the vision and mission that we've completed, this one, I would say, is an incomplete, but we had a good start this year. We had some delays, and I take full responsibility for that. But the work of the curriculum maps will continue and be completed next year. But a lot of work has taken place with the curriculum maps. Most notably is the platform that we would like to use and are using at this point, which is Chalk. I embedded a timeline of work progress for those who may want to view this at some point, July through September, October through December, and then January through June. You can see the steps that have been taken. When we look at goal number 2, which is facilities and operations-based changes to reflect the needs of the changing culture and climate, the Legislative Task Force each and every year advocates for state aid, and this year they hit it out of the park. So they will continue to meet but clearly the legislative task force has done a great job, and we appreciate everybody who's part of that task force. A major goal for this board, and certainly for myself, was really reimagining the budget process from years past. And again, without getting in too much of to the details, I think if you've lived through this budget process, you know how different it was. And I would say how successful. But again, still things that we need to tweak as we move forward. And we established a capital reserve. Goal number 3, as far as promoting and strengthening diversity, equity, and inclusion in our school district, we finally completed the plan of the DEI strategic plan. And as I've said before, and now as Dr. Pernick has shared, there are 4 different facets or components to the plan. Recruiting and hiring a diverse staff that really reflects our diverse community is another goal that we had. And I know Dr. Shields and certainly Ms. Fennick have done an incredible job expanding our reach as far as trying to do so. And there's a list of things that we've done and included as far as how we've looked to move in that direction. And we will continue to try to make improvements in that area. Continuing with goal number 3 is integrating and supporting minority families and students. As I know the board knows, and I'm hoping our community knows, we created a district-wide school social worker. And she has been working since the beginning of this year, working with parents and having workshops, most notably parent portal training for parents, assisting parents with pre-kindergarten applications for potential students. The list goes on. And again, they're all bulleted there for not only the board, but for the staff and community to see. Priscilla Zarate, who has been an incredible addition to our staff, and for those of us who were there this morning with the time capsule, I mean, she's really engaged, I think, not only our staff, but certainly our families. And one of the programs she has is called FACES, ELL FACES, which is promotes ELL parental engagement through coordinated activities. And she's been running these activities all year with parents and has been incredibly successful. Finally, goal number 4, strengthening and advancing communication with our students, staff, and community. Boy, it is one thing I've heard over and over again is we need to do a much better job communicating, not only within the school district, but certainly moving out to the school community. And I think we've seen a lot of growth in this area, and I hope most would agree with that. We're talking about this website, and I'm telling you, the wait is worth it come July 1, and where we will be rolling this out. Again, one of the first things I heard 3 years ago was we need to move away from the website we currently have. And since Shannon Bullen has been here, she's done an incredible job moving this forward. And again, the board should take incredible credit for developing the public information officer and hiring her and doing these things, because it has enhanced what we currently have now and will continue to do so as we move forward. Developing a process to onboard families, I know, was very important to this Board of Education. Speaking of our HSAs and our parent council, they worked not that long ago in creating not only a list, but designing focus areas for our administrators to work on over the summer to complete these activities for our families who so deserve to know what they're stepping into, and for us to showcase all the different things that we are doing, and to make that transition easier, not only for students who come in here as kindergartners, but may come here as a junior, or may come here as an 8th grader. So some of the things that we're focusing on, of course, is communication, but onboarding materials, building tours, social emotional onboarding, the list goes on and on. So I'll be working with our administrators to have something in place before the school year begins. And then finally, reviewing all communication systems, every single one. That starts with ConnectEd, which I'm happy to say will no longer be around come July 1. Not that it's bad. Sorry, the fireside chats will still continue. They'll just continue through EdLeo. But what EdLeo does, and again, Shannon gets a lot of credit for this, not only is it a cost savings from Blackboard, from moving from Blackboard, but it increases communication tenfold, and it streamlines anything. And when you go to the website where we're using things, they're incredibly intuitive. They'll send out push notifications, and all social media that we have is all integrated into this system. So we're rolling it out. Yes, there'll be some glitches like any program or anything that we have that's new or different, but it'll be 10 times better than what we have. Finally, the last part of the goals that we completed has to do with strengthening communication, is the fireside chats, caffeine with Mike, which I really enjoy, superintendent roundtables with our students. You know, I many times parents want to know, well, what do you talk about with the kids? Like, what's the return on that investment? And by the way, it's not me who just goes. The whole cabinet goes. I want the students to understand that their voices are being heard. We look for commonalities as far as what students want to see at all three levels, 5th graders, 8th graders, seniors. The feedback is invaluable. What I'll start next year to do is report out, maybe quarterly, what some of the students are thinking. So not only will the board know, but the community will know. But it's my favorite time of the day, I have to say. And some of those conversations, I don't know if I can share publicly, but they are really, they're fantastic. Before I came here, we had administrator meeting. All of our administrators meet monthly. We now meet weekly. And that's very important for all of us to be on the same page. It's a great way for us to connect, to understand what's happening in different parts of our school district. It keeps everybody, I think, on the same page, and I think it's incredibly effective. So that was a major change that we've had. And then finally, our cabinet meetings are very important to us. We've expanded who actually comes to our cabinet meetings as far as some directors to garner perspectives that typically we wouldn't listen to before at that level. So the board has done, I think, a great job with creating summaries for the community, as President Bay said before, or Madam President said before, comment responses, community comments. And then the board, for those of you who don't know, they are also liaisons to other organizations within our school community. And they're listed there in 8 fonts, so you can't read it, but you can if you access it at the website tomorrow. Finally, let's move on to the future, because the future will be here before you know it. I'm not trying to rush the summer, but it will be here in the blink of an eye for sure. And as we pursue excellence in the school districts, here are a few steps that we'll be taking not only over the summer, but over the school year. We're transitioning from district goals to a real strategic plan. We have completed an action steps for, well, I'll talk about this in a minute, completing action steps for the strategic plan itself. We will begin that work over the summer. We will have that survey presentation, as I said before, we will present that in the fall. We're onboarding 17 new administrators. That means they've been here they're just starting next year and/or they just started this year. 17, that's more than half of our administrators. It's an incredible opportunity for us to bring some great leadership here and to propel our incredible school district forward. We will continue with ruler training, K through 12. What we just started in Sousa, we will now have training, and we're moving forward in all of our buildings. We're moving forward with DEI work. We're finalizing curriculum mapping. We're continuously focused on increasing graduation rates, which I know is a focus for our board as well. And then finally, I love this one, is developing exit interviews for our seniors so we can learn from their experiences and design a process to do so that's in an efficient way. And for us as administrators, as a school board, as a school community, to see, as Ed Koch would say, how are we doing? And to really make changes if necessary. When we look at the key elements in a strategic plan, we will have the goal, of course, but then we have to design action steps. How do we know it's working? So we need evidence of success. And then finally, how do we measure and evaluate the process of what we designed? All that work will take place over the summer, and this will be completed in the fall. The areas of focus and I know it's very hard to see. If you look in the top right corner, you'll see this is the focus just for next year. There are other items there that we'll get to clearly. Some will take 1 year, some may take more, actually some I know for a fact will take more than 1 year. But the areas of focus are all outlined there. I'm not going to read them all, but you can see which ones they are. I'll name a few. I've spoken about curriculum mapping already, professional development. I think to answer the question that Ms. Malconian had, is a plan for mental health, not only of our students, but for our staff, for all staff. An area of focus that we're looking at, not only those curricular changes for facilities and operation, is to continue to tweak the budget process. We want to look at ways that we can create outdoor spaces or spaces that our facilities department can help us with that are to the times, meaning that we know for a fact our teachers and our students like to be outside, so how can we maximize outdoor space to support that? And we will need our facilities department to be on board with us doing it. As we move forward with diversity, equity, and inclusion, again, we will continue to increase graduation rates by focusing on subgroups. We will begin the Code of Conduct review, which will take a while, and we need to do it the right way, so we need to be incredibly collaborative with our staff members in doing so, and we will continue to recruit and hire a multicultural staff that is reflective of our school community. And then finally, communication. Pretty much what we're going to do right now is evaluate the rollout of our new website of EdLeo and continuing to create a communication plan that enhances the way that we articulate what we are doing and being responsive to our community and to our staff members. So again, as we future forward, I just want to reinforce again, we're developing action steps, evidence of success and evaluation process, and that begins with our administrator retreat. I would like to, and I believe I have the board's blessing in doing so, is having the state of the district in the beginning of the year as opposed to the Ides of March or sometime in the spring. And I believe the components, not just focusing on a strategic plan update or curriculum and instruction, which are important, but to really focus on other areas of our school district, facilities and operations. We got Mr. Graham give an update as far as what's happening in real time. You won't just be hearing from me, thank goodness for some of you. Special education, where Dr. Allen can talk about what's happening in special education. Have the great Nick Schreiweiser, who I believe a field will be named after him if he continues what he's doing. He will give an update when it comes to athletics and physical education and health, school safety and security. We need to know what's happening in real time, so we will talk about that. And I'm very thankful Mr. Miller gave, I feel, a very comprehensive overview. A communication update as far as how EdLeo is rolling out. And then finally, last but not least, and I would say probably one of the things we haven't done very well is community partnerships. We have so many fantastic organizations that we don't partner with, or we do, and we need to enhance those partnerships and or potentially reestablish partnerships. So those are all the focal points as we move forward. Again, I want to thank our Board of Education. I want to thank our administrators, our teachers, our staff, all staff members for being a part of this, and the best is yet to come, and I welcome any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Dr. Hines. Mr. Smith, you're good? Okay. Ms. Malconian? You're okay. I'll go to this side. Ms. Brooks?
A really quick question. So the onboarding of new families, to implement the process, we already onboard new families. So how would this be different? Is this to now implement the changes to brand new, all improved onboarding of new families? Is that ready to go, or is that still being tweaked with the HSA organizations who contributed to the conversation?
Yeah, so the way this began was I wanted to know from the family perspective what's working, what's not working. And if I'm a family, what would I like to see more of? If there's absence of something, what I'd like to see actually there, and then take those suggestions and recommendations in different areas, and then to bring some administrators in over the summer to then begin to develop a plan to operationalize them before the school year begins. And the suggestions that our HSAs made, I think, are incredibly, it's robust as far as what they recommended. I think we'll have to prioritize what some of those are. I think for us to operationalize all of them may be difficult initially, but we have to prioritize them. But we need the administrators on board to actually design and then execute what that looks like. And again, it's important that we do this before the school year begins.
I'm sorry, isn't that also what we as a board have been talking about as onboarding, meaning the consistency of knowing what is it like to be in third grade? What is it like? What do you expect as a parent to be in? Those things I think don't exist. We've onboarded or we've welcomed kindergarten families, but we were talking about doing it throughout.
We are.
All
We
grades,
want
right?
to be consistent, but we also want to enhance what we currently have. So I want to be clear, we have things in place. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think the principals do an incredible job. It is different in some of the elementary schools, clearly what Schreiber and Weber do, it's the same, meaning in their building, because no other middle schools or high schools to compete with. But the reality is, I think through the parent perspective to see what they would like to enhance is an incredible first step, because now we know what they would like to see. And I've heard, again, from the get-go, that sometimes there is, I won't say miscommunication, but there's not enough information in certain areas. So I believe what we have in front of us is incredibly helpful. We'll enhance what we have, and we'll strive for that consistency across the schools.
I just want to say thank you, because having been here when you started and watched this process start from nothing to something where you can actually report on what we've accomplished and what we have yet to accomplish, and have actually not only the North Star for the graduate, but the North Star for the strategic plan and the district. I just want to say thank you to you, to your staff, to the teachers, in making this all come together and being very comprehensive. I really hope we get where we want to go, but this really helps us get there and know where we're going as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth.
Dr. Block.
No questions.
Ms. Gillier?
No question, just a comment. I wanted to thank you both for the presentation tonight and for the hard work that went into this, both by you and I think probably every administrator in the whole district. And I want to be very clear when I say thank you for creating this plan, that we know planning was happening, right? Planning is always happening. Every administrator is making a plan for what is under them. Every teacher is making a plan for the year, for improvements for the next year. There's always planning going on. But this sort of strategic planning and thinking about what kind of schools we want in Port Washington, and building backward from there to figure out what changes need to be made at every piece of the puzzle in order to get to what we want, is a new development, at least in my time on the board. And again, I say that without diminishing all the hard work that has been done before, but this is fantastic to my mind. I think Port Washington is a town that prides itself on who we are, and sometimes the flip side of that coin can be that criticizing anything about Port Washington or the Port Washington schools can be seen as disloyal to Port Washington. So I also love the tone of this whole endeavor, which has been, we can be great and we can be proud of who we are, and we can still strive to be better, because without striving to be better, we just stagnate. So thank you for all of that and the tone change, and also for the level of transparency to the community, because we often talk about transparency as a goal in and of itself, that somehow we have an obligation to let the public know what we're doing, and all of that is true. But I think when the superintendent stands up at a podium and presents in this level of detail to the community, it's also showing a level of respect to the parent community, and it's telling them that we truly do believe that they're our partners in this, because they can actually see where we're heading and what we're thinking about, and their input does matter along the way. Thank you.
Ms. Epstein, did you have anything?
So I'll end with this. It holds me accountable, which is really the most important piece in all of this. So this, for me, is the blueprint as to how I'm doing. So I ask myself, how am I doing? Well, I need to see how we're doing in all these different areas. And I think the board would appreciate that, because I need to be held accountable for everything we're doing in this school district, and this is a great way to do that. So thank you for listening, and I try to keep it under 25 minutes, and glad you didn't cut me off. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hines. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. We will move on now to committee reports. Ms. Brooks, you are first with policy and personnel.
I think we haven't, I don't know that we've had a meeting since last time, but we have another meeting coming up next week, Wednesday at 9:30, and it will still be virtual.
No, it's going to be in person.
Oh.
Has to be. Why is it virtual?
I thought it was.
The
virtual
law
until the end of-
changed, no? June 8th, effective June 8th, we have to be back in person.
Okay, thank you for the correction. We will be in person at the
CAM
AAM
Annex.
Annex.
Budget and Facilities, Mr. Smith.
We met on May 23rd. It was our last meeting of the year.
Is there anything, any action steps? Because I remember there being something. Did you write anything?
I looked through my notes. I don't have an action step. What do you have as
Okay.
an action step?
What I had written as an action step was a recommendation of the committee to ask the superintendent to review the number of classes at the secondary level that are above and below the policy enrollment limits, not including PE,
No, that
orchestra,
wasn't a
band.
recommendation.
We were going to take
Yeah.
it to the board.
That wasn't a recommendation. That was a discussion topic for the board.
Right,
But I don't know
this
if
is
you,
the board.
if you want to do that now at 10 o'clock at night,
Yeah,
or do you
I
want
mean,
to
do
do
you
that?
have a
I was
'cause
going to
we're-
kick it. Yeah, I mean, it's, sure. So, that's
Do
fine.
you want to not do it now?
I think we have a lot left to
Okay,
do. But
we'll move on.
yeah.
So you're going to put this on for an ongoing, for a next,
Yeah, that's,
in the fall?
yeah.
Okay, so we'll mark it down for the fall. Disregard. I saw there's a special person who came into the room. And so I'm going to just stop for a moment and, no, not you, Tom. And Dr. Hines, well, now you have to wait. I'll come back to you because Dr. Hines took a minute break. Okay, moving on. Curriculum, we haven't met. Audit committee. Ms. Epstein.
Yes, we had our final meeting on June 1st. We do actually have some recommendations for the board. I just wanted to say that included in the agenda this evening is the cybersecurity audit. As you know, one of the action items brought forth by this committee and approved by the board was to have a NIST assessment and a cybersecurity audit. We have included that, what can be shared publicly, just like our district safety protocols. There's a lot of safety and sensitive information that can only be shared with a few people. And that level of detail is being shared with Ryan Maloney and staff and the District Business Operations Office. And it's provided by our internal auditors. Overall, though, we came out with a great review and we are ahead of the curve. We have a lot of protections in place from that standpoint. The recommendations, however, that came out of and action steps that came out of our meeting is if the Board of Education is in agreement, the audit committee would like to recommend the following priorities that they would like to look at for the 22-23 school year. Those priorities are a review of our building safety and security, and the second one is a review of our facility use agreements and roster fees. So we just wanted to get a sense of the board, please, to make sure that you are in agreement that the audit committee can move forward, and that's in alignment with our goals moving forward.
Is everybody okay with that? Nod of head? Yes? Yes.
Just also, not necessarily an action item, but just to inform you, our charter will be approved at the July 12th meeting when we put the committee chairs on there. We have decided a recommendation also is that we would like to increase our membership from 7 people to 9 people. Right now, we currently have a number of community members who have been sitting on the committee for decades. And as we try to funnel and cycle off some of that history and knowledge, we don't want to be left with nothing. So this will help us in that plan of longevity and yet still have people on the committee.
So assuming that the board has no problem, we will continue forth with that and be sending out applications in August for the community to participate. Everyone's good? Oh, a minute.
What does that mean, sending out applications?
We'll make applications available on the website, just like we did for our Citizens Advisory Committee, posting it and sending it out. Taxpayers can be on it, parents can be on it. You have to meet certain qualifications as dictated by the Office of the Controller for this, but they can fill out the application and they'll be assessed.
You use that term sending out again, so.
I'm sorry, they'll be posted on our website. We will be sending them through our newsletters, and with our new website, if we have the functionality of making that available to anyone that wants to sign up to receive emails from us, we will send then that as well to them.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on. Legislative Task Force, we had a meeting scheduled for this coming week on the 9th that has been canceled, and we will reconvene in the fall. I do want to just step a moment and acknowledge Nicoletta Gargas, who just came. She is the outgoing Parent Council President. You missed the speeches, and you missed, Jessica Mawani made a very nice dedication to you, but I'm going to give the mic to Dr. Hines, who may have a couple of words.
No, I have a couple of words, all right. Nicoletta is fantastical, for sure. I never heard of that word before I met Nicoletta, but in all seriousness, one of the things I most appreciate about Nicoletta is her love of her family, for sure, and her love of all of our students here. You are a fierce advocate for our kids, and I can't tell you how much I certainly appreciate that, very much. You work relentlessly around the clock. You're always giving of yourself. You certainly put up with me for a year, so 6 gold stars, not 5, for you. But, you know, as I've said many, many times before, our school district is a much better place because you are in it. So thank you for everything that you do.
I'd also like to thank, yes, we have your certificate. If you want to come up, Nicoletta, we have a certificate for you. But I'd also like to point out that Tom Gargas has been here with her at every meeting. So Tom, thank you very much for being a good number 2. Thank you. Okay, as Nicoletta comes up to get her certificate, I would like to have a motion to, thank you, Nicoletta, to approve the minutes for May 3rd, May 17th Board of Education meeting, April 27th Audit Committee meeting, May 11th Policy and Personnel Committee meeting, and May 23rd Budget and Facilities Committee meeting. May I have a motion? Ms. Brooks, a second. Ms. Epstein, all in favor? 7-0. Okay. We are now moving on to the consent agenda portion of the evening, but before we move on to the consent agenda, I would like to thank the many donors and who gave money towards donations and scholarships. This is truly a very lengthy list, so in the essence of time, I would like to thank Long Island Together, the Sousa HSA, the Costin Foundation for the Art of Teaching, the Guggenheim HSA, the Daily HSA, the Viking Sports Foundation, the Weber Middle School, Humanitarian Committee, the Rondi Sokola Freider, Stephen P. Cohen, Pepe Weiss, Manor Haven PTA, Salerno Brokerage, Manor Haven PTA again, and many members of Daniel Gale Sotheby International for scholarships. We appreciate, again, this is a meeting where we have lots of donations and that go towards the end of the year scholarships. Thank you to all of our donors. And since we are at our consent portion of the agenda, does anyone on the board have any items that they would like to pull or discuss? Mr. Smith.
I'd like to pull 12.3.3.
So you want us to pull 12.3.3 so we can vote on it? Or do you want to discuss it and then we can vote?
Sure.
Discuss?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I guess 12.3.3 is the NYU Metro contract. And I have not been particularly impressed with what I've seen so far from that particular consultant. I'm not personally convinced that that's the right approach to meet our needs, and it's that they're the right vendor that's going to help us get to where we want to get, either the fastest or the correct way. So I personally don't feel comfortable supporting the contract. I'm sure the rest of the board will, but I just don't want to vote for it.
Okay, does anybody, so here's what we're going to do, unless anybody has any other comments. Since we're going to pull 12.3.3, then may I please have a motion to approve 12.1 to 12.3.2, and then 12.3.4 to 12.6.3. And then we will vote separately for 12.3.3. So a motion, please. Yes, Ms. Epstein, someone second that motion? Ms. Brooks, all in favor? 7-0. Thank you. And now may I have a motion to approve items, did I do this wrong? 12.3.3, sorry. No, so, yes, may I please have a motion to approve item 12.3.3, which is the NYU contract. Ms. Epstein makes a motion. Someone second the motion? Ms. Brooks, may I have a show of hands, please? So we are 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you voting yes?
I am voting yes, but
No,
since it was pulled, we're not going to ask any questions or discuss it.
I asked do you want to have a discussion? I said, do we want discussion? No? So it's 5 in favor. Dr. Block, are you?
Yeah, well, I just want to make a point on it. We had talked about actually having a discussion about this.
Did I not just ask that, guys? I said, are we discussing this?
Well, right now it is embedded in the consent agenda. It was supposed to be a discussion item for the board to discuss whether we go through with this $41,950 contract. I don't know how I feel about it, and I wanted, would have liked more information to actually have a formal discussion on whether this is the right way to go. So I don't love that this is the process that we're doing for this. So I'm going to really abstain right now because I just don't have enough information. And I hate abstaining, but that's what I'm going to do with my vote.
Do you want to ask any specific questions that you have? This is your opportunity to ask your questions. I'll take the motion back from the vote. And we won't put so where's your questions?
Okay. So my question is that over the course of the last 15 or so months, we've had NYU working for us, and we haven't had any necessarily tangible results. What do we think is going to be different at the end of 12 months from now?
So, I appreciate your question, Dr. Block. It took longer than expected, for sure, as far as the first phase of putting together our plan. But the fact is we actually have a plan now, which is great, albeit late. And again, I'm not making any excuses for what took place before we're at this moment. But I do think their role is incredibly crucial because they are the resident experts when it comes to professional development that we need in this school district. So the tangible results will be in the first year of the actual plan. We're not making any changes, but the code of conduct review is something that is tangible, that this board will have. But I want to be very clear about this because if we don't potentially move forward with NYU, I don't think there's anybody who's sitting here in this school district who knows what they know to get us to that next phase. That is my concern. And again, without rehashing the past, it's important to note that they work with the state education department to come up with all the things that we are looking to focus on. And I don't know if we spoke about this publicly, we may have. We vetted other vendors before we worked with NYU. But to answer your question, my request is let's move forward next year with this. And if we feel at that point we're not at the place where we should be, I think we will be, then we should then discontinue the relationship. But at this point right now, there's a lot of work to be done, and they are integral, I believe, in moving this worthy work forward. So everything that they outlined in the contract shows you exactly what they would do. There's a lot of times they're doing some online professional development with our staff, and then they're coming here and then looking at ways that we will begin to implement what the plan actually says. So that's my recommendation, but I certainly appreciate the perspectives of all of our board members here.
I just also want to add, because I think we've talked about this, and I know as a board, we've asked these questions before. We asked it when we had the NYU plan presentation by Dr. Pernig. NYU is developing, is offering, as I perceive it, and please tell me if I'm wrong, professional development to our staff. It is our staff that is creating the plan, not NYU, correct?
Yeah, so I would look at this as a scaffolding, like any professional development, right? So it's here. They work with the professionals here to increase their capacity, and then they slowly remove themselves over time. They're not here to stay, so to speak. So the work that they've done so far has actually brought us to the starting line. What they're going to do now is look to further us along in that journey. And again, I would request, if they are here, which I hope they are, we would reassess maybe a little bit sooner than now in June to see if we need to continue that partnership with us.
I also want to add, I think that, you know, we're a board that clearly got a lot of work done this year, as Dr. Hines pointed out and as we've discussed. And I think we're a board that is very eager to get things done and make change. But I think we need to also remember, and for you especially, Dr. Block, who was not part of the process beforehand, the NYU committee, the Diversity and Equity Committee, started right before COVID world, and it kind of had to put itself on hold because unlike the vision and mission, there were many changes that people had to be able to accept within our district. Faults, if I may be, for people to recognize within our district, which I think Dr. Pernig did point out. So I understand the eagerness on our part and the impatience on our part to see change, and I think we should all applaud ourselves for wanting change, but I think this type of change, as has been discussed in the past, does take a little bit longer. So we have, and as Dr. Hines said, prior to you being on the board, we did look at different vendors, and we did choose NYU as a board back then because they were the vendor we felt best prepared to help our staff develop in ways in which to get this work done. So I don't know if you have any further questions or anyone else has further questions. I just want to see if Dr. Block has any more. Do you?
No, no further questions. I'll tell you where I'm going to vote. So I'm willing to give this another try and give it another year, but at the end of this next term, we're going to have another, you know, I'm expecting some more tangible results than what we've seen in the last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gillier.
So I was sitting at this table when we chose NYU. I think a lot of due diligence went into this selection. I do believe it was the right choice, and I believe in the work that is being done. I think there has been progress this year. It's just sometimes harder to measure at the beginning than when you have something tangible to point to. But I think, I would hope the people who have gone through these trainings and who have been part of this would say things have been accomplished. It's just the first steps on a road towards somewhere, and it's a lot harder to show that to somebody else. That said, I have some concerns about this contract. I'm totally on board with continuing to work with them, but at least the contract we've been given, and I don't know if this is a mistake, it contains an amendment that actually is the details on all of the scope of the work, and all of the dates in there are still 2021, 2022 dates, which would seem to have, like, not specifically bind NYU as well as we might want to. and all of the details on the scope of the work are exactly the same as the scope that was done this year. Some of this stuff I think has been accomplished. So I'd love for us to do, sure, go ahead.
Because I think what, the contract is correct, but we were given an amendment that said this is an extension of the current contract to go through 2023. You got that? It was, you did. But I don't know what's added. I do not know if that extension contract is here on board docs. They just gave us, does it say, is that, so it's there? Right, okay. So what they did is they just extended the current contract to March 31st, 2023.
So I'm very clear on that. I was assuming there was some paperwork I didn't see. I have the memo that says that there's an amendment and that the amendment extends the work to the end of March of 2023. My question is, are we very sure if we are paying the exact same amount for the following year that we paid for last year, but some of this work has been done, are we very sure that this is the right amount to be paying? And also, should the scope of the work itself be edited and have anything added to it to reflect what we would expect them to accomplish this year? Again, I totally support this. I'm speaking just from a fiscal responsibility and making sure that our consultants are contractually obligated to give us what we want them to give us.
Yeah, so we are not paying twice for the same work. Yeah, I want to be clear about that. What you're asking for really is what is the new scope of the work, which I totally understand. I don't have that in front of me, unfortunately. What I can do in the board packet is update the board as far as what that scope entails. Now, I know what that means, that you have to take a leap of faith that the scope of work is what will take place, but I can assure you that is what would take place. I only know that because there are several committees we would have to put together to move forward with what that scope is. And so I know Dr. Pernick has that information already, but I can certainly share that with the board in the board packet on Thursday.
So just to clarify, Rachel, the memo that we have at the front page of this does take this same table and changes the due dates. So the question is, to your point, Rachel, is what did we get this past year for $40,000 that if we're paying for the same thing again, and they're literally saying that this is actually the scope of work for next year is what was supposed to be this year's scope of work. And this is generally consistent with what Dr. Pernick had described to us when he presented to us earlier in the year. My question, Dr. Hines, is, are you talking? So my question is, if you're reading the scope of work of what they're talking about, one thing that the way it was explained to us by Dr. Pernick when he presented maybe 2 months ago was that these teams had to be created, they had to do all of their analysis, and then we hadn't decided yet what the mechanism was to determine that, in other words, those teams didn't have unilateral authority to start making changes in the school district, that those would be communicated and presented. But reading these items, it talks about support lead learner teams in solidifying the identification of their usable practice, identifying next steps, including messaging, planning for training and content, meet with the lead learner teams to monitor the progress in their first year goals, monitor the improvement, so that within the first year, they're forming these teams, identifying what they're going to do, putting their plans in place, and then coming back to review it. So that's different than what Dr. Pernick described to us. So can we just kind of have a very clear roadmap of what this is going to look like, what this rollout is going to look like, and what's actually happening this year?
The best way I can answer this is we paid for, the work that we paid for was to create really the plan, right, which we have. On top of that, think of it as a district-wide committee. That was the original expenditure, was to bring a district-wide committee together of lead learners and then formulate and create a plan. That's phase one. Phase two now is taking that particular plan, designing lead learner teams in our schools that focus on the 4 different components, and then begin to operationalize them. That's the next phase that we would pay another $41,000 for. So there's like phase 1 and phase 2. What I can tell you right now is the items that you see in front of you on the contract, we haven't done yet. Those are the things we haven't done. But on top of that, even though it's showcased here with different dates, unfortunately, there's still more work to be done that they will be doing with us that would end in March of 2023. So I know it's very confusing because the dates throw everything off. But think of phase 1 as the initial, bringing everybody together district-wide. We have a plan. There's a lot of professional development. The second phase now is, yes, we had a district-wide committee, but now we need smaller committees with the 4 different components to begin to operationalize what was there. I hope that makes sense, because that's what the scope of the work is. And with each of those components, there's a professional development component within that, and that's where their areas of expertise are.
So I guess to Ms. Gigliar's question, does the contract, I have no doubt that we will do what we need to do on our end. Does the contract sufficiently outline the responsibilities and obligations of NYU Metro to the school district so that we can do what we need to do on our end?
So I believe it does. But what I would like to do, and again, I know it's a leap of faith, but I know you trust me, I will share with you in greater detail in the board packet what they will be doing with us. Because I'm telling you things at almost 10:30 at night. It is, but there's a little bit more. Like I can get a little more detail to share with you.
I just want to make sure that the contract, it's like if you have a building contract and they say, oh, well, you didn't put windows in the building contract, and you say, well, I guarantee they're going to do the windows. So I think what Ms. Gilliard is saying, and now I would also like to, and I'm fully on board, I have, raised my hand, say yes, just to make sure that the district is protected. Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Epstein. So I just went back to look at the original contract that we have from 2020, 2021, and the scope of work are 3 bullet points. Conduct a root cause analysis to identify the root cause of inequities in the Port Washington Union Free School District. Data collection and analysis connected to the root cause analysis, including quantitative data collection and analysis, survey data, student and family focus groups, and school visits. And number 3, a development of root cause report and co-creation of a systematic multi-tier coherent action plan to address inequitable outcomes. We actually did accomplish all 3 of those things, and I think if we look at the scope of work listed in Appendix B of the contract here, this is just more professional development or consultant related time, because it looks like they're doing on-site time and training with our people that are in those 4 groups. So again, I'm just, for the board's edification, from the scope of work that we had and the contract we had for the initial work, those 3 bullet points were what was that first level of step, and it was, I think, $41,200 versus this for $41,950.
Okay, so if we can put it to vote, no? Ms. Gilliard, so go ahead.
So I'm actually more confused now, because I thought that what we were given is the original contract and then the amendment to the contract.
No. So if you remember, this second part of the contract, we had a long time ago, back in November, if you remember, and we pulled it and we didn't discuss it because we still hadn't gotten the completed product from contract number 1, which is the original scope of the work. Do you remember that? I'm going through the timeline, right? So this is why we have a 21 date on this, because this was phase 2 always, except we, as a Board of Education, asked back in November, pull this because we haven't seen scope one finalized yet. So what they did for this particular contract is they just gave an amendment that said we're extending it to March of 2023. You understand? So this is contract number 2 you have
They
in front of you.
amended a contract that we never executed.
Correct. And
Okay,
they-
that's
okay?
confusing because that doesn't make sense.
Yes, see, okay.
So,
And I would like to
Right,
point
'cause-
out that I remembered all of that.
so you only need to amend a contract you execute. Really, what we're doing is we're editing the contract. So my additional question, though, is then in this Appendix B, the thing that made me start thinking about this is that we have a Board of Trustees root cause report overview session in here with a particular fee attached to it, and I believe we've already had that session. So they gave that to us
For free.
as part of the previous contract, not as part of this contract, but we're gonna pay for it now. Right?
Correct,
Is that,
correct.
that where we are?
Correct.
All right, so,
I think she's just saying right at this point.
No, it is true. As a matter of fact, we had our root cause meeting in November, and I think at the time, NYU thought we were already going into contract number 2, and I know, I said, we haven't done it yet, and we had pulled it. So there's NYU.
but the Board of Education root cause report overview session is part 4.
I know,
That's
it hasn't been
contract.
paid for yet, is the point.
All right, so they skipped ahead.
Right.
The answer essentially is this, I mean, it's quite itemized what this $41,950 is for. All of these parts and pieces, except for part 4, have not happened, have not been done, are the necessary next steps, and we are sure that the itemization of the scope of work is accurate and what we want out of them. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm good then.
So, may I please have a motion to vote for item number 12.3.3? Can we go to motion? Okay. Ms. Epstein gives me a motion. May I have a second? Ms. Brooks. May I have a show of hand, please, if you're in favor? It is 6 not in favor, 6-1. Thank you. Okay, moving on to board policy. We have a motion, if I could please have actually a motion to approve for adoption policy 4710, the grading policy. That is the policy that is on for approval. Ms. Brooks is raising her hand real high. Okay, Ms. Brooks makes a motion, a second by Ms. Melconian. All in favor? 7-0. Okay, we also have policy 1810, gifts to school personnel on for first reading. Ms. Brooks.
I have a question for the committee. Given the public comment that we heard this evening about this policy that's on for a first read, do we want as a committee to take, because that comment represents the feedback from all the HSAs, which is something we were discussing in committee and we wanted to elicit, do we want to take that feedback under advisement in the committee and make sure that what we have on for a first read comports with that, perhaps get further feedback, or are we okay with this? This is the question I'm posing, because I don't speed here, HEAR, so, you know, I had a lot, as Ms. Melwani was saying it, I'm thinking to myself, oh, okay, this is about the policy that's on, and it's really important to be able to process it. So was everybody able to process it to the point where we can have this on for a first read, or should we go back to committee and further discuss? I'm throwing that out to the
I mean, I guess if you think you need further discussion, you could bring it back to the committee.
But I'm asking the committee, since I'm one, so I'm asking the committee how they feel.
Well,
and-
okay.
Yeah,
Dr. Black.
I'm okay bringing it back to committee. I mean, I heard some concepts where we could maybe change the wording to try to compromise, so I'm okay bringing it back to committee. Committee's next week.
Ms. Melconian?
I'm okay with that as well.
So we'll take it to your next meeting on June 15th. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, moving on to new business. Are there any new business items? Ms. Epstein has a new business. Go ahead.
For our new business, effective tomorrow, June 8th, we as a Board of Education cannot hold virtual meetings, and there is a new change to the open meeting laws that allows us to have a hybrid meeting, but there are certain requirements that we have to fulfill. My request is that if the board is in agreement, I'd like to ask Dr. Hines if he could make sure that our IT department is able to fulfill those requirements, because it does fall largely on them. And if we're able to do that over the summer period, and then in anticipation of that, if the board is in agreement, to include the necessary resolution onto our reorg. And then in addition, we can have a draft language for policy that we have to incorporate as well for public participation as per the guidelines. So I put 3 factors out there, the first to Dr. Hines, and then the other to the board.
Yes, I'll certainly do that. I'll speak with Ryan Maloney.
And is the board okay with the second procedural move? Okay, fantastic.
Okay, great. Ms. Gilliar pointed out that when I was making the announcement of all the donations, I neglected to acknowledge an anonymous donor for a scholarship. So thank you to the anonymous donor. And I do, and
Emily.
I know Dr. Hines actually.
Ms. Bays?
Yeah, yes.
I'm sorry, I don't want to be a pain here, but I know, yes, I will. I figured you skipped it because it was anonymous, but it's the Pierce Slutsky Memorial Scholarship, and I do not know the Slutsky family personally, but I know that Pierce Slutsky's death is one that hit this community very hard, and there was a lot of fundraising efforts. And I know because I read news coverage that his mother has stated publicly that his desire was to not be forgotten, and that many people have endeavored to make that a reality for him. So I thought, given that we have a $5,000 anonymous donation to the Pierce Slutsky Memorial Scholarship, and that seems to be in keeping with what his family hoped would happen, that we should probably acknowledge that publicly. Thank you, and I'm sorry for being a pain.
It's okay. Pierce wanted to be known as awesome. I actually do know the Slutsky family. I did not mention that scholarship because then I felt that I would be inequitable in mentioning all the other ones. But thank you for doing so. Okay, just want to also just point out, and whoever is left, but we did just approve as part of our consent agenda, Jerry Weinstein as the new high school assistant principal. I think she just left. And Brian Graham as our director of facilities. I believe he also left. Okay, I think we have one final opportunity for the community to be heard.
Nicoletta Gargas. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for waiting till I arrived to mention my name. I was at the athletics awards for the lacrosse team that made it to the county finals.
We gave them a shout out too, by the way.
I do appreciate it, and I want to give a shout out to Nick Stratweiser, our Director of Health, Physical Education and Athletics. He is so aware of our children and posts on Instagram all the time about every single sport that there is in our community, and it just always makes my heart smile. So I just wanted to say that first and foremost. It's been 27 years since we went to counties for lacrosse, and I'm not a lacrosse player at all, or sports follower, whatever, so yay. That said, it has been my great honor to volunteer in the district for the last 13 years. Yes, I was 5 when I started. It was at Guggenheim Elementary as a parent volunteer, and I moved on as an HSA treasurer, and then to HSA co-president as a junior, then as a senior, and eventually ended up as a co-president at Parents Council. Serving the district during quote-unquote normal times,
and at the height of COVID. And now, as we are moving, and I pray every day, out of this pandemic, it has taught me a lot about both leadership and working as part of a team. As an HSA and PTA president, we collaborate with each other, the Board of Education and the superintendent, for all of our children and the betterment of the school district. While there were definitely many highlights of my tenure, clothing drives, pivoting to gift card drives when COVID restrictions demanded, back to coat drives, spring drives, and much more. First, I'd like to thank Emily and Julie for their guidance and for following policy and procedure, not making it personal, for keeping things on schedule, especially at the Board of Education meetings, to the best of their ability. Kudos, ladies. I hope this continues in years to come. Sadly, I have witnessed board members breaking established district protocol to push their own personal political agenda onto the Port Washington community. I have seen certain board members manipulate relationships to achieve a desired result that will further accomplish what their goals are. As a community, we ask that the administration and the superintendent are transparent. As a community, we must also demand that trustees of the Board of Education are transparent as well. I am proud of my time as a district volunteer, and I know that every action I took was to further the best interest of all the children. I hope that all members of the Board of Education can take an honest look at their own actions and say the same. All of that being said, I'd like to thank Dr. Hines and all of the outgoing HSA and PTA presidents, which I did miss, and I do apologize, who have been honored here tonight. I would like to give a profound thank you to my Parents Council co-president, Jessica Malwani. I believe you're still here. Thank you. Your camaraderie and friendship over this last year has meant a lot to me. We accomplished so much and had utter respect and understanding of each other. You will be a fantastic PC senior co-president, and I wish you a wonderful year ahead. To the school community, I would like to say thank you as well. While I am among the many volunteers being recognized here tonight, the privilege to serve this community for the last 13 years has been distinctly mine, and for that, I am truly grateful. We are the masters of our community, and in order to make this community a family, we need to understand each other. Thank you.
Pia Ferrante and Dave Miller.
Pia Ferrante, Dave Miller, co-presidents of APSA. We just want to let the board and the community know how APSA fully supports a continuation of our diversity, equity, and inclusion work so we can support our colleagues in how to move forward in a meaningful and productive way.
APSA shares and is very deeply committed to working in this vision with the board and with Dr. Hines. There are known gaps that exist in this district, and this work that we're doing is critically important towards closing them. We are united and supported in working towards closing those gaps together with you.
That's it.
Oh, but it's not. We have a motion to, can I make a motion to convene into executive session to discuss potential litigation? And bonus for all of you, we have no expectation of returning after executive session. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Oh,
No, you have no second.
okay. Deborah's going to second it.
May I see a show of hands, please? 7-0. Okay, we're going into executive session. Thank you, everyone, for coming tonight. We'll be meeting, but good night and congratulations to everyone.